A Wife Without a Name. Chapter 1, Rome in Secret. Rome made every English person look slightly absurd. I do not mean wicked nor ridiculous in any theatrical sense. Only smaller somehow. More obviously arranged. At home our manners pass for nature because everyone has agreed to mistake them for it. Abroad they begin to show their seams. The careful civility, the practiced indifference, the neat little systems by which one expresses curiosity without impropriety and disapproval without vulgarity. All of it stood out more sharply there, as though the city's older stones had no intention of flattering our refinements by pretending they mattered very much. I noticed this with particular irritation, because my own countrymen seemed determined to become more English the farther they were from England. At dinners one heard twice the usual number of guarded opinions. In drawing rooms, ladies who at home would have tolerated mild disorder in a household began speaking as though the whole moral architecture, Europe, depended upon the proper folding of linen. Gentlemen praised liberty in one breath and used the next to decide what every woman near them ought sensibly to prefer. There is nothing so exhausting as a cluster of English people abroad, all trying to prove that distance has enlarged them while clinging harder than ever to every rule that once kept them comfortable. I had not come to Rome in pursuit of enlargement myself. I had come because my father had judged a period abroad desirable, and because daughters with tolerable manners are always being sent somewhere for some reason other than the one named to them directly. Health, variety, companionship, improvement. These are the words used when families wish to move a woman without admitting that the movement itself is strategic. In my case the strategy was not especially obscure. I was of an age to be noticed, and not yet in possession of any settled future that might reassure others on my behalf. A young woman with a name is never merely herself. She is timing. She is possibility. She is a collection of advantages waiting for some man, some family, some prudent arrangement to gather them into the right shape. I knew this as well as anyone, and perhaps more bitterly than most, because no one had ever taken enough trouble to hide the fact from me behind much sentiment. My father loved me in the manner of men who believe love to be chiefly a form of responsible management. He was not unkind. I have no patience with daughters who make a monster of every parent who has failed to worship their feelings sufficiently. He had given me comfort, education enough for a woman, and a sense of consequence that would have flattered a sillier nature than mine. But all of it came attached to expectation. If he thought of my future tenderly, he thought of it also usefully. I had long since understood that any marriage eventually proposed for me would come dressed in the language of prudence, before anyone asked whether I could bear the man inside it. That knowledge had not made me romantic. It had only made me watchful. Watchfulness becomes a habit. After some years one no longer notices the effort of it. One enters a room and begins immediately measuring who has come, who is speaking too freely, who is pretending not to observe, which lady's kindness carries instruction inside it, which gentleman's politeness already assumes an answer. A woman who has lived under arrangement develops such instincts the way soldiers must develop an ear for distant noise. Not because she enjoys suspicion, because suspicion is cheaper than surrender. Rome ought to have softened the habit in me. It did not at once. If anything, it sharpened it differently. There was more movement there, more mixed company, more casual collision between circles that in England would have preserved greater distance. English families saw one another constantly, as though exile from home only increased their appetite for each other's company. One dined, visited, walked, attended, and endured. The same names recurred with only slight alterations of address and relation. A certain kind of woman flourishes in such society. She can seem graceful in every room, cheerful in every carriage, unmarked by repetition or scrutiny. I have never been that woman. Too much sameness in company begins to feel to me like an upholstered prison. The afternoon before I first spoke with Prince Augustus Frederick, I remember standing at a window in a room not my own and wishing, with unusual intensity, to be somewhere no one could ask me whether I liked Rome. It was the most common question put to me that season, and the most impossible to answer honestly. Did I like Rome? I liked its light, which did not seem bred for curtains and proper calls. I liked the sense one had, walking certain streets, that human plans had already failed there 100 times before and might fail again without injuring the city's pride. I liked not hearing my own language everywhere, and then disliked the relief of it, because it seemed ungracious. I liked churches for being cool and grave, and not asking what I intended. I liked ruins because they were the only things in society that had broken openly and still been admired afterward. What I did not like were the English rooms placed inside Rome like traveling boxes of home, all the same varnished opinions and regulated amiability carried abroad, as if the continent existed chiefly to furnish us with an alternate backdrop before we resumed the old performance. So when I stood there at the window that day, half listening to a lady behind me discuss the deficiencies of Roman service with another lady whose soul had plainly been formed for complaint, I felt in no mood for novelty of any kind. The room itself was warm enough to make good sense offensive. Candles had already been lit, though there was still some daylight left, and the mingling of wax, perfume, and overhandled flowers gave the air that peculiar heavy sweetness which seems to collect wherever too many people are determined to appear at ease. Voices rose and fell. A gentleman laughed in a tone I distrusted. One of the younger girls at the pianoforte played with more confidence than skill. Everything in the scene belonged to the familiar order of small discomforts from which women are expected to emerge amiable. I had endured an hour of it, and could have endured another if required. Endurance is one of the first accomplishments of our sex. But I had begun to feel that dangerous inward dullness that comes when one has smiled too often without meaning it and answered too many harmless questions from people who would remember neither answer nor the expression with which it was given. Then someone near me said, "Miss Murray appears determined to escape us all through the glass." I turned because one must, though not quickly enough to suggest pleasure. He was not, at first glance, the sort of man one notices for his beauty alone. That is to say, he had nothing of the polished theatrical charm which makes certain gentlemen instantly legible as trouble. No studied brilliance. No excess of animation. No expression that seemed practiced for rooms full of women likely to remember it. What struck me instead was a kind of contained ease. He looked as though he inhabited himself without requiring permission from the company. That, in a room like that, was almost as dangerous as beauty. "You mistake me, sir," I said. "I was only admiring the city's patience." He looked toward the window, then back at me. "With us. With our efforts to improve it by standing in front of it and talking." There was the smallest pause, and then his mouth altered very slightly. Not a grin, not the immediate pleased laugh of a man delighted by female sharpness, so long as he may claim credit for eliciting it. Something quieter. "Recognition, perhaps," he said. "Then Rome is indeed patient." His voice surprised me. It was lower than I had expected, and without display. Most men who enter rooms easily also speak too easily. They throw themselves into the air and expect others to keep pace. He did not. One had the curious impression that he expected his words to be heard without hurrying them into notice. I became instantly more cautious. A pleasant voice proves nothing. If anything, it often proves the opposite. Still, caution is not the same as indifference, and I felt my attention sharpen against my will. "I think," I said, "that cities which have survived centuries of invasion may bear a few English opinions without visible injury." "That is generous of you." "No. Only realistic." His gaze held mine with more directness than most men would have risked on such brief acquaintance, but not offensively. It was the sort of look that seems at first only attentive and then, an instant later, reveals that one has been answering to it more honestly than one intended. He bowed, though only slightly. Augustus Frederick. I knew the name before he completed it. One would have had to live in complete domestic darkness not to know it. A prince, a king's son. A figure whose presence, even in a foreign drawing room, could not be mistaken for casual. That knowledge ought to have cooled me at once. It did not. It merely made the whole exchange feel more improbable. "I am acquainted with your name, sir," I said. "Then I am spared the trouble of presenting it badly." I do not know why that made me almost smile. The line itself was unremarkable. It was his manner of speaking it, as though rank were a circumstance already too obvious to be useful, rather than an instrument to be played upon the room. There are people who become more themselves the moment formality announces them. Others become less. I had the impression, almost immediately, that whatever was easiest in him, and least expected by others, might be the truest part. This is precisely the kind of early impression a sensible woman ought to distrust. So I distrusted it. And yet, because the room was what it was, because I was wary, because his presence altered my fatigue, rather than merely interrupting it, I found myself staying where I might otherwise have made some excuse and moved away. He said, "You find Rome patient. Do you find it pleasant?" "There are parts of it I prefer to our own countrymen." "That is severe." "Only accurate." "And the parts you prefer?" I should have answered with something safe. "Weather, architecture, church music, the ordinary accepted nothings by which one lets a conversation live without permitting it any blood." Instead, I said the truer thing before prudence had finished dressing itself. "It leaves more room around one." He did not answer at once. Behind him the room continued in its usual way. A lady called for more candles. Someone crossed between us and the fire, throwing a brief shadow. The girl at the pianoforte faltered, recovered, and pressed on. All the familiar noises of civilized evening went on exactly as before, and yet a curious quiet had entered my part of it. He said, "At home. At last? There is not much room around any of us." That was not flirtation. At least not the kind I had been trained to recognize and answer politely. It was something more unsettling. Agreement without encroachment. A sentence that met mine instead of improving upon it. I looked at him properly then. He wore his berth as one might wear a coat. One has had too long to imagine being without it, and too long also to pretend it is wholly comfortable. Nothing in him suggested struggle displayed for effect. But neither did he possess that easy royal certainty which expects the world to flatten itself helpfully before desire. If anything, there was in him a kind of guarded gravity I had not expected. One does not meet a prince and think, immediately, here is a man acquainted with limitation. Yet that was the sensation he gave me. Of course, I knew almost nothing of him. The mind is shameless in what it will infer from tone, posture, a single exchange no longer than a quarter of an hour. I knew that. I reminded myself of it even as we went on speaking. The conversation did not become intimate. Intimacy would have been impossible, and indecent besides. It moved through the safe territories allowed by society, but in a different manner than most such conversations do. He did not ask the usual things in the usual tones. He did not make the small assumptions men often make when speaking to unmarried women, that their opinions are ornaments, that their irony is to be tolerated so long as it turns charming at the edges, that their fatigue with social life may be cured by a sufficiently animated gentleman taking notice of it. He listened. Listening is one of the rarest forms of courtesy in men accustomed to being heard. That was the second danger. The first had been ease. The second was relief. By the time another person joined us, and the surface of the conversation was obliged to broaden into something more public, I had already made the mistake from which, I think now, the whole future proceeded. I had ceased to be merely wary. I had become interested. There is no misery quite like discovering one's interest before one has received permission from one's judgment to feel it. The rest of the evening passed in pieces. I spoke when spoken to. I answered a question about the next morning's plans, from a lady who never truly heard answers. Someone asked whether I meant to go farther south before returning to England. Another gentleman, older and very sure of his own harmlessness, attempted conversation with me upon books, and succeeded only in proving that he preferred his own opinions in every language. I was civil. I believe I was even graceful. All the while I remained conscious, in the way one remains conscious of a lamp, after having looked directly at the flame, that Augustus was somewhere else in the room. He did not approach me again. That ought to have restored my balance. Instead, it unsettled me further. Women are warned all their lives against pursuit, and rightly. Yet there is a different kind of danger in not being pursued at all. It leaves the mind to construct its own weight out of very little. A man who presses himself upon a woman gives her something firm to resist. A man who does not may become present in absence, and there one is forced to fight not him, but one's own attention. When at last we left, I was cross enough with myself to answer my companion too shortly in the carriage and regret it. Before we reached home, my maid helped me undress in my room, and because she had known me long enough to read more of my mood than I wished displayed, she asked whether I had a headache. "No," I said. "Were the rooms too warm? They always are. Did someone offend you?" This made me laugh, though without much pleasure in it. No one offended me. That was precisely the trouble. Had he been vain, I could have dismissed him. Had he been over-eager, I could have turned cool. Had he spoken to me as princes are often said to speak to women they do not mean to respect, I should have hated him cleanly and gone to sleep in peace. Instead, he had done nothing wrong at all. After my maid had gone, I sat a while by the candle and tried to read a page of something improving. I turned the same page twice without understanding half a sentence of it. At length I set the book aside and rested my hands in my lap. The room was quiet. Rome outside was not entirely. Even at night there remained a sense of movement beyond the shutters, as if the city breathed through stone rather than above it. I listened to that foreign, half-heard life and asked myself the only question that mattered. Was I merely bored enough to be susceptible? It seemed possible. Boredom has undone more women than passion ever did, though society likes to pretend otherwise. Yet when I called the evening back over in memory, it was not excitement I found. Not vanity flattered. Not appetite for adventure. What I found was far more inconvenient. I had felt, for a little while, less arranged. I did not mean free. For freedom is a foolish word in the mouths of women, who still depend upon fathers, names, money, and good opinion for the shape of their futures. But less arranged, less spoken for by invisible hands before I had spoken at all. That sensation, once felt, is not easily forgotten. It is also not easily forgiven. Because what does one do with it? One cannot build a future upon a tone of voice, an impression gathered in a Roman drawing room. One cannot say to oneself, here, perhaps, is the measure by which all prudent men will now be found wanting. One cannot permit a prince, of all impossible creatures, to become even briefly the standard by which one judges whether being seen might matter more than being suitably placed. And yet, as I sat there in the candlelight with the book closed, and all my good sense laid out before me like a sermon I had no wish to hear, I knew already that some hidden balance in me had shifted. Not much. Enough. Enough that the next time I entered a room where he might be present, I should not do so innocently. The next day I disliked Rome for conspiring against me with sunshine. Rain would have suited me better. Rain grants a woman dignity and reserve. One may decline a walk, shorten a visit, and keep closer to her room without anyone imagining that her reluctance conceals some more delicate disturbance. But the morning broke clear and pale, with that deceptive softness particular to Roman light, which makes stone appear almost kindly and persuades foolish people that the world has arranged itself for their pleasure. I was not foolish enough to believe the world had arranged anything for mine. Still, I spent an unreasonable amount of time deciding what gown would best avoid looking as though I had considered the matter at all. That ought to have shamed me more than it did. There are few occupations more humiliating than trying to appear unstudied by means of study. Yet women are driven to such contradictions so early that by 21 we can perform them almost unconsciously. This ribbon too deliberate, that color too noticeable, another too flat. One learns to calibrate oneself as other people calibrate clocks. By the time I came downstairs, I had produced the exact effect I most distrusted in other women. A carelessness achieved by effort. My aunt, who believed herself an excellent judge of all things except the interior lives of young women, observed only that I looked fresher than I had the evening before. I slept, I said. This was not quite false. I had slept in fragments, which is a form of sleep much overvalued by those who do not depend on it. She went on speaking of plans for the day. There was to be a call, then a drive, then perhaps some view not yet admired enough by our current circle. English people, when abroad, insist upon admiring things methodically, as though beauty itself might be covered by itinerary if one were sufficiently conscientious. I listened with proper attention and improper dread. Not dread of the places. Dread of the possibility that he might be present, and worse, dread of the possibility that he might not. That is how quickly disorder begins. Yesterday's conversation had not entitled me to expectation. Yet expectation, vulgar little creature, had taken up residence before permission was granted. I despised it. I fed it by trying not to. At the first house we visited, he was not there. I was cooler than necessary to everyone present, and nearly tipped into rudeness with a lady who had done nothing to deserve it except speak too long on the relative virtues of Roman and English servants. While she praised the superior steadiness of English domestic management, I found myself thinking that if English domestic management had its way, the entire female sex would be polished, folded, and put away in drawers whenever not in immediate social use. At the second place, a garden walk had been proposed, and there too he was absent. By then I had begun to grow angry in earnest. Not with him. That would have required a claim I had no right to feel. Angry with myself for having allowed so slight a circumstance to unsettle the whole texture of the day. It is astonishing how much self-respect a woman can lose before luncheon. The garden itself should have calmed me. It was quiet enough for that. Gravel paths, trimmed growth, heat lying gently on leaves. One or two voices carried from a distance and then lost again. I walked beside my aunt and answered when required, while inwardly resolving with unusual severity that I would not spend another hour measuring the air for a man I had met once. Such vows always arrive just before they are tested. We had scarcely turned back toward the house when he appeared on the farther path, not alone, but with another gentleman whom I knew by sight and mistrusted by instinct. Something in the whole set of the scene displeased me, at once as the sunlight, the easy movement, the accidental-looking approach that may or may not have been accidental and cannot be called out as design without making oneself ridiculous. He bowed first to my aunt. That was proper. Then to me. This, Miss Murray, there ought to be no danger in one's name spoken correctly. Yet I felt the same odd shift in the air I had felt the evening before, as though the room, or, in this case the path, the garden, the daylight itself, had become less false by a degree no one else would think worth measuring. See where? My aunt, delighted by all persons with rank so long as they behaved within her understanding of politeness, engaged him at once in conversation of the sort that allows older people to believe themselves generous dispensers of social ease, while younger people stand at the edge of their own discomfort, trying to appear grateful. The other gentleman joined in. Plans were discussed. A dinner mentioned. Some family at Naples referred to. I heard almost none of it. Not because I wished only to hear Augustus speak, though perhaps that had become partly true. Rather because I had grown acutely conscious of how much of society consists in speaking around the very thing one most wants to understand. At one point my aunt turned to admire some shrub whose name she forgot each time she saw it. That gave him perhaps half a minute of greater freedom than the setting had yet allowed us. He said, "You seem displeased with Rome today." I looked at him quickly. Do I? Less pleased with it than yesterday. You assume I was pleased yesterday. I hoped it. The reply was simple enough, but the hope in it was the dangerous part. Not because it was ardent. It was nothing of the kind. Only because he had allowed his answer to rest on my state, rather than his own display. Most men in his place would have made their preference the subject and expected me to receive it as tribute. He made mine the subject instead, as if my impression of the day genuinely interested him. That should not have mattered so much. It did, I find, I said, keeping my tone light because the path was not ours and the air full of witness whether visible or not, that Rome improves or declines according to the English people presently occupying it. Then I fear we must all plead guilty. Some more than others. His expression altered slightly. And which class am I in? There are questions one ought never answer truthfully when they arrive so early. You are too recent a disturbance to classify. That made him laugh, though softly. I shall try to deserve a better judgment. No, I said before I could stop myself. That is not the usual danger. He looked at me then with a degree more seriousness, and because the path was still public, and my aunt not 6 paces ahead, the seriousness felt more intimate than it had any right to. What is the usual danger? That one gives a good judgment too soon. A lady with sense would have regretted the line at once. I regretted it a second later, which is rarely soon enough to save anything. But he did not pounce upon it as many men would have done. He did not turn it toward vanity or immediate advantage. He only answered, "That seems a danger worth respecting. There are moments when a conversation enters a more delicate country without any outward change in the weather. No lowered voice, no stepped aside shadow, no reckless declaration, and yet suddenly every word has more consequence than the one before it." I felt that shift then as clearly as if some invisible threshold had been crossed under our feet. My aunt turned back and reclaimed the scene before anything further could happen. I was glad of it. I was disappointed by it. Both emotions were so active at once that I could hardly walk steadily for the next few minutes. By evening I had done enough violence to my own composure that I considered pleading headache and remaining in my room. This was impossible. A lady may absent herself once from a harmless dinner without comment. She may do so twice only if she is genuinely ill, old enough to be indulged, or too firmly married to require social circulation. I was none of these things. To remain upstairs would have invited inquiry of precisely the sort I most wished to avoid. So I dressed, descended, sat where I was placed, performed my duty to food, conversation, and female presence. He was there. I had told myself all afternoon that his presence must make no difference to me if it came. This is another example of the species of lie women tell themselves, not because they believe it, but because the alternative is to admit how much power small circumstances already hold. At table he was not near enough to alter the shape of the meal entirely. That saved me. It disappointed me, again both at once. I could hear his voice sometimes when another speaker paused, and found myself attending to it against my will, though I scarcely caught the words. One becomes ashamed very quickly of how little is required for attention once attention has chosen its object. A tone across silver and glass. A laugh not wasted. The way one person answers a foolish remark without either encouraging or humiliating the fool who has made it. Such things ought not to signify. They signify miserably much, after dinner. Fortune, or whatever malicious power governs the small humiliations of social life, contrived that I should end in a smaller group in the drawing-room, where conversation could no longer expand safely into generality. There was my aunt, another lady, a colonel's widow who believed herself still charming in the exact measure that others found her exhausting, Augustus, and myself. The widow began recollecting Naples. She recollected it at length. I think she would have recollected Vesuvius through a second eruption if allowed. My aunt listened with intermittent enthusiasm. Augustus was civil. I developed an admiration for murder I had never before thought native to my character. At last the widow turned to me and demanded whether I had found Italy more instructive than England. This is not a question. It is a trap baited with geography. In some respects, I said. She asked. And in what respects particularly? That depends, I answered, upon whether one values improvement or relief. Ah, she laughed, thinking I meant to be merely clever. And which do you value, today? Relief. That, at least, was honest. The widow turned to Augustus. And what does your Royal Highness value? Improvement or relief? He glanced at me before answering, so slightly that the movement itself might have been denied if challenged. Yet I saw it. Worse, I felt that I had seen it, he said, relief, provided it does not require one to become foolish. The widow laughed again. My aunt smiled. Some remark followed about travel and young people, and the good effects of scenery on tempers. I heard none of it properly. There are sentences which, repeated later in memory, seem almost absurdly slight. Yet when first spoken they strike with a precision the speaker himself may never fully understand. I felt that answer in me like the turning of a key in a lock I had not meant to offer, because it was exactly the word I had used inwardly all day. Foolish. I ought to have turned cold after that. Instead I grew quieter. Quiet is more dangerous than wit. Wit keeps one occupied with performance. Quiet leaves room for recognition. When the widow was finally drawn off by some more fertile field of self-display, my aunt too was called elsewhere by another lady. In the strange currents of drawing-room life, we were left for the first time not alone, never quite alone, but insufficiently guarded for my peace. I ought to have moved at once. He ought, perhaps, to have withdrawn. Neither of us did. For a moment, we both looked toward the same side of the room, where two gentlemen had begun speaking loudly about some Italian picture. None of them understood. It gave the illusion of conversation already in progress between us before either had said another word. Then he asked, "Was that answer meant for me?" "No." "I feared it might have been." "Then you think yourself too important." "Only too implicated." It was impossible not to look at him then. "You have a high opinion of your own effect, sir," he said. "No. Only a high opinion of your accuracy." That was the third danger. Not flattery exactly. Something worse. Confidence in my mind. Men will praise a woman's beauty without cost to themselves. They will praise her sweetness even more readily, since sweetness is useful and beauty forgivable. But to speak as if one trusts her judgment, and worse, as if one places oneself beneath it, alters the whole balance of the room. "You mistake me again," I said, though the words felt thinner than I wished. "I hope not." "There is not much safety in hoping so." "Perhaps not." He paused. "Is there more safety in not hoping?" I do not know what answer I might have made, if we had been in some private place wholly removed from English ears. Fortunately, or unfortunately, we were not. Safety sat all around us in silk and protocol, which meant I had to keep mine by means of sense. "Yes," I said. "There is almost always more safety in it." He lowered his eyes for a moment, not theatrically, not in surrender, only as if considering whether to pursue a truth or let it rest. I think I knew then, and perhaps he knew too, that the whole future of our acquaintance depended less upon feeling than upon whether feeling would consent to remain unspoken. He said, "That is a severe doctrine, at last." "No," I answered, "only a female one." A silence followed. Not an offended silence. A grave one. The colonel's widow laughed too loudly across the room. Cards were proposed in another corner. Someone dropped a teaspoon. The ordinary world continued all around us, and in the midst of it I felt the most unreasonable urge to ask him whether he understood. Not whether he admired or agreed or wished. Understood. Of course I did not ask. Instead I said, because I could not bear the weight of the previous sentence left standing between us, "You make Rome less safe than it was." That was dangerous enough. The moment it escaped me, I could have bitten it back out of the air if such things were possible. But he only said, very quietly, "I would rather make it kinder." There is no defense against such answers when they are spoken without design to conquer. Had he meant to seduce me, I might have rallied. Had he shown triumph? I should have found some coldness with which to punish it. But kindness, proposed not as entitlement but as intention, touches the part of a woman already wearied by management, and does more harm in a quarter hour than vanity could do in a season. My aunt returned. I thanked Providence for her with all the sincerity I had not brought to church that week. The rest of the evening passed somehow. I know I spoke. I know I stood where civility required. I know I listened to my aunt's account of someone's health and another person's villa with every appearance of dutiful attention. But all of it took place at a distance from the central fact, which had become impossible now to soften or misname. I was no longer merely interested. I had begun, against judgment and before permission, to care what sort of man he was when he was not performing for the world. That is how danger truly enters. Not with a declaration. With curiosity that acquires moral weight. In the carriage home, my aunt remarked that the evening had been particularly agreeable. "I am glad you found it so," I said. "And you?" It was instructive. She looked at me in that puzzled way older women sometimes look at younger ones, when they suspect there is significance in a reply and cannot locate where precisely it has been hidden. Instruction seems a cold way to speak of pleasure. Then perhaps I did not mean pleasure. She laughed and said I had become too fond of speaking in half-closed boxes. This was unfair, coming from a woman who had lived half her life inside them and furnished them beautifully. When I was at last alone, I stood for a long time before undressing, one hand at the back of a chair. Not tired enough for sleep and too tired for anything useful. The room was quiet again. Rome beyond it not wholly so. A little wind pressed once at the shutters and passed on. Somewhere a bell marked the hour with all the grave indifference of a city too old to care what particular foolery young English hearts were beginning within it. I ought to have prayed. I did not. Prayer requires either innocence or surrender. I had neither. What I had was the sharper and more humiliating clarity that comes when one's own heart begins acting in advance of one's plans. I saw, suddenly and with great precision, the shape of my danger. It was not that I might love him too soon. Love still seemed too large, too solemn, and perhaps too respectable a word for what had begun. No, the danger was more immediate. I liked the part of myself that woke in his company, and the part less arranged, less wary, less willing to pretend that all prudence is virtue, and all ease mere frivolity. The part that answered before being trimmed into acceptability. A woman may defend herself against a man long enough. What is she to do when what tempts her most is the version of herself that appears only when he is near? That question followed me into bed, and kept me company there far longer than sleep. By the time dawn began thinning the darkness at the edge of the shutters, I had learned at least this much. Rome no longer felt simply like distance from England. It had become the place in which secrecy first laid its hand upon desire. After that, I should have avoided him more carefully. This is the kind of sentence a woman says when she wishes to preserve some remnant of respect for her own judgment. It contains truth enough to satisfy conscience and falsehood enough to insult memory. The truth is that I understood the danger better than before. The falsehood is that understanding alone ever saved anyone whose heart had already begun learning the path by instinct. I did not avoid him. Or rather, I avoided him in all the ways most likely to increase rather than diminish my susceptibility. I refused to seek him openly. I declined opportunities too obvious to be decent. I took no step that might have allowed another eye in the room to remark, even privately, upon any change in my conduct. And yet I listened for his voice whenever a door opened. I marked his absence when a company was smaller than expected. I knew, before I had chosen to know it, the particular quickening in my own thoughts that meant he had entered a room before I had seen him. This is not the behavior of a prudent woman. It is the early discipline of secrecy. One begins, long before any secret exists in fact, by teaching the body to feel without announcing where feeling lies. For several days Rome seemed determined to make that lesson easier and harder at once. There were drives, calls, dinners, small parties, larger parties, endless occasions in which English people abroad arranged themselves into shifting groups, and called it variety. At one luncheon I sat opposite a gentleman whose only accomplishment was certainty and heard him explain for half an hour why women, being by nature more delicate, were also happier when governed. Another day a lady of excellent family, and no imagination observed that Italy encouraged too much looseness of expectation in young people, and that England, for all its dampness, had the merit of preserving moral boundaries. I remember thinking that England preserved too many things, chiefly by making them miserable. What made all this worse was that Augustus moved through such company as if perfectly aware of its absurdities, and yet not wholly detached from them. He could not be. No one of his birth could be. That, perhaps, was the first serious correction my mind received after the dangerous ease of our earliest conversations. A prince may be grave, may be intelligent, may even be kind in a manner that does not presume upon gratitude. He remains nevertheless a prince. I knew this, of course. I had known it from the instant his name was spoken. Yet names by themselves are not always enough to animate truth. One may know a thing abstractly for years, and only feel its power when some particular life begins drawing near. It was at a dinner given by an English family long settled enough in Rome to believe themselves almost local, that the abstraction finally acquired a face. The room was crowded and badly aired, though the evening itself beyond the windows was cooler than earlier in the week. The candles had been set too near one another, so that every lady looked warmer than she wished, and every gentleman more complacent than he deserved. I had been seated between a clergyman with opinions on female meekness and a widowed aunt of someone's who had made an art of asking questions to which no sincere answer could be given. Augustus sat farther down the table. This should have pleased me. Distance is useful when one is trying not to acquire hope faster than sense can bear it. Instead, I spent most of the meal hearing his voice, only in pieces whenever the clergyman paused to butter something, or the old lady beside me turned away to address another victim. That is the meanness of partial attention. It makes scraps seem precious. At last the ladies were permitted to withdraw, and with them much of the heat, and some of the false cheerfulness of the evening. In the drawing-room afterward, while the older women established themselves for conversation, and younger ones arranged their expressions into the patient society, requirers of unmarried faces, one of the ladies drew me toward the far side of the room and asked, in a tone of great harmlessness, whether I had yet found Roman society less stiff than English. I answered something proper. I no longer remember what. She was a woman perhaps 10 years older than I, clever enough to understand more than she said, and restrained enough not to spend all her intelligence at once. She looked, for a moment, toward the door through which the gentleman would later return, then back at me. She said, "One forgets, when abroad, that England still has a very long reach." The sentence was too pointed not to be meant. I looked at her carefully. Does one forget it? Young people do. Or try to. That was the first time any person in Rome had spoken in such a way as to make me feel not merely observed, but warned. "I hope," I said, "that I am not thought very young." She smiled faintly. "Not in that sense." This was intolerable. I ought to have turned the conversation at once or removed myself from it entirely. Instead, I asked, "Because the heart is a traitor even when the tongue has not yet agreed to treason. And what sense is that?" She hesitated just long enough to preserve her own decency. She said, "The sense in which rank tempts people to mistake possibility for permission." I felt the blood rise in my face so violently that for one humiliating second I was grateful for the warmth of the room. "You speak very generally," she said. "Yes. And I advise you to hear me generally." The gentleman returned then, saving me from any answer. Or rather, depriving me of the chance to defend myself with one. That was worse. Because what defense could I honestly have made? That I had done nothing. True. That I intended nothing. False, if intention may begin in inward preference before it reaches action. That I was not so vain as to imagine myself in danger from a prince's attention. Perhaps true once. No longer safely so. The whole evening after that took on a different color. I became acutely conscious of forms, of how ladies shifted when titles entered a room, of who addressed Augustus with ease and who with effort, of the slight but unmistakable alteration in the whole social current whenever he spoke, as though even casual conversation must recalculate itself around his birth whether anyone liked it or not. That was useful knowledge. Distressing, but useful. Up to then my danger had worn chiefly the shape of private ease. I had felt in him something kind, grave and undesigning, and because I had felt that so strongly I had allowed myself, in some hidden chamber of the mind, to dwell there more than prudence approved. Now, another truth entered. Whatever he was in himself, Whatever he might become in private feeling, he remained also part of a system vast enough to crush a woman, without ever touching her directly. A king need only disapprove. A family need only delay. A law need only exist. Society will do the rest. I spent the next morning in a state of such miserable self-command that my maid asked whether I were unwell. "No," I said. "You are pale." That is an English accomplishment. Italy has not cured it. She laughed dutifully and went on with her work. When she left, I sat for some time without moving. The warning from the evening before had not been cruel. That was precisely why it lingered. Cruel advice may be rejected from pride. Sensible advice cannot. It takes one's own intelligence hostage and forces it to testify against one's wishes. Rank tempts people to mistake possibility for permission. I repeated the sentence until I hated the lady who had spoken it and admired her too. Because she was right. Or at least right enough to wound. Had Augustus been merely a gentleman of distinguished family, the matter might already have been dangerous. But danger of the sort many women before me had navigated: imprudent attachment, unsuitable timing, perhaps family disapproval, perhaps delay. Such trials are painful and common. A prince belongs to a different order of difficulty altogether. A prince's hand is never wholly his own. A prince's marriage is not discussed only in terms of inclination. A prince's freedom, however lightly he may wear his rank, exists under conditions the rest of us are permitted to forget only if we are fools. I was not a fool. I had only begun, perhaps, to wish for something, as if wishing could alter the terms upon which such men live. That afternoon there was to be a drive to some place beyond the city, which everyone praised for view and air, and which no one, I think, visited for its own sake half so much as for the opportunity it gave to sit in changing combinations and speak in landscapes instead of drawing rooms. I had thought of remaining behind. But absence has a way of confessing more than presence if one is not actually ill. So I went. The road was rough in parts and beautiful in others, as roads abroad always are, when English people point out the beauty too often and complain of the roughness, as if Providence had arranged both, merely to exercise their tastes. My place in the carriage was beside my aunt and opposite two gentlemen, neither of whom mattered. Augustus rode elsewhere. I was grateful. I was disappointed. By this stage I had begun to grow wary of my own predictability. Surely it ought to be possible for a woman of reasonable mind to know that a thing is impossible and immediately cease desiring its possibility. Yet the heart, or whatever faculty lies beneath it, and acts with equal arrogance, refuses such discipline. It does not ask first whether the future can bear what it feels. It only notices where life appears warmer, kinder, less arranged, and begins leaning before judgment has taken the room. When we stopped at last, there followed the usual confusion of descending, settling wraps, finding pathways, gathering parties by preference and convenience disguised as accident. I was still fastening one glove more securely when Augustus came near enough to say, with perfect outward composure, "You seem determined today to distrust every pleasant circumstance." I should have answered lightly and moved away. Instead I said, "I am determined only to understand them better." That is more severe. It may be safer. He looked at me then, not offended, not surprised, but with that same steadier attention which never felt like a claim, and therefore unsettled me more. Safer from what? There are questions one may answer truthfully only if one means to shift the whole foundation of an acquaintance. I did not mean to. Yet the landscape, the air, the movement of other people farther off than they had any right to be, all seemed to conspire with the inward strain of the past 12 hours. "From forgetting," I said, "what kind of world one belongs to." His expression altered. Not much. A lesser observer might not have noticed it, but I had become by then so wretchedly attentive to him that the least change in his face seemed almost a sentence. "And what kind is that?" "The kind," I answered, "in which some distances matter whether one wishes them to or not." We walked on a few steps after that. Not alone enough to be reckless, not accompanied enough for comfort. My aunt and two others were some way ahead. A pair of gentlemen had turned off toward the lower path. One could still have called the whole thing perfectly proper, which is always the most dangerous arrangement possible. He said, I think, after a moment, you are right. I had not expected agreement. Certainly not such immediate agreement. It checked me more effectively than contradiction would have done. You do? Yes. This time he did not hurry to say more, and because he did not, I was forced to hear the full weight of what he had already admitted. He said, there are distances, at last, which do not appear in a room until one tries to step across them. I could not answer. There are moments when one's own thought returns from another mouth made both more legitimate and more alarming by the fact of having been understood. I had imagined, foolishly perhaps, that whatever danger existed belonged mostly to me, to my perception, my susceptibility, my inclination to care too soon. To hear him speak as if he too had already reached the point at which reality intrudes upon ease, made the whole thing at once graver and more alive. That is not, I said, and found my voice less steady than I wished. A cheerful observation. No. Then why make it? Because it is more honest than pretending not to see them. That was the point at which I ceased to think of the matter as mere attraction and began to understand it as trouble. Not because honesty is itself trouble, because mutual honesty between two people whom the world has not yet permitted to mean anything to one another is among the most dangerous conditions in which affection may begin. I said, after a pause, it would be wiser not to look too hard. Would it? Yes. And easier. No, he smiled then, though only faintly. Then wisdom may be overrated. This was exactly the kind of line which, in another man, would have pleased me less. But because he spoke it not as license, not as permission for foolishness, only as one acknowledging how poor a defense wisdom can be once feeling has already begun its work, it struck me almost painfully. I stopped walking. The path turned a little there, bordered by low stone and some neglected growth I could not have named. The light had changed. A late afternoon already, though not near evening. A breeze moved once and then settled. Ahead, my aunt's voice drifted back in fragments, too far to distinguish words. You must not, I said, and then stopped because I had no acceptable end for the sentence. He turned toward me fully. Must not what? Speak as though what? There was no safety left in vagueness. Vague speech only enlarges what it refuses to name, as though the difficulty did not signify. He was quiet for a moment, he said. It signifies. No protest. No easy dismissal. No masculine confidence that difficulty is only another sort of gate through which he will pass if sufficiently determined. It signifies. I think that was when I understood, with a suddenness almost like grief, that whatever lay between us had passed beyond ease, and could no longer be cured by ordinary caution. Ease one can avoid. Significance is another matter. I began walking again because standing still had become unbearable. For you, I said, though I ought not to have asked. For me, he answered, it would have been kinder had he lied. No. That is not true. It would have been easier for an hour and intolerable thereafter. Better the truth that wounds cleanly than the kindness which leaves one doubting one's own perception, and therefore trapped more deeply by it. We had nearly regained the others when he said, in a tone so measured that anyone hearing it from a distance would have thought him asking some practical question, do you regret having understood me? I did not answer at once, because the answer, if truthful, was impossible. No, I did not regret it. I regretted only the world in which understanding itself might already be too costly. At last I said, regret is of very little use once one has begun. His eyes met mine. He said, no, very little. My aunt turned then and called me forward with some inquiry about the road, and the moment closed not with resolution but with absorption into ordinary company. That was almost worse. It is a mercy, sometimes, to be interrupted before one says the one thing that alters everything beyond repair. It is also a cruelty, because the unsaid then accompanies every later hour and makes silence feel heavier than speech would have done. The drive back was full of the usual remarks. Views, weather, roads, fatigue, arrangements for the next day. I answered correctly. No one, I think, suspected the degree of inward disorder concealed under my replies. If they had, they would have been pleased with themselves for calling it romantic. Nothing could have been further from my actual condition. I was not romantic, I was frightened. Not because he had declared anything, he had not. Not because I had surrendered anything visible. I had not. But because for the first time in my life I had felt what it was to meet another person, on the far side of social arrangement, and realized that mutual regard, once awakened, does not ask first whether law and family and rank will permit it to continue. It simply begins. And then the whole world rushes in to remind it of its place. That evening, before dressing for dinner, I sat alone in my room and let the warning shape itself fully at last. He is a prince. The sentence had altered. Yesterday it meant glamour, difficulty, imprudence. Today it meant obstacle of a more serious kind. Not merely a father's possible refusal or society's scandalized delight, but the machinery of England itself. Consent. Approval. Obligation. Questions of marriage not asked in ordinary language at all. Questions of power. If I had possessed any wisdom worth admiring, I might have ended everything there in my own heart, while there was still so little to end. But the heart is not an empire, and will not obey an act of parliament merely because one foresees it. Instead I sat in the fading light and felt, for the first time, the full bitterness of wanting something that had scarcely begun and already seemed to belong more to loss than to hope. That was the change Part 3 brought. Before, he had made Rome kinder. Now, he made it precarious. Because once two people have looked directly at the same difficulty and found it real, they can never again pretend they are only amusing themselves. After that afternoon, every room became a question, not a question spoken aloud. No one in Rome was so vulgar as to ask directly whether I had begun losing my judgment in the company of a prince. Society prefers subtler methods. It alters the air. It leaves one too little privacy to be innocent and too much proximity to be entirely safe. A glance means nothing. A pause means too much. A conversation carried on perfectly within the forms begins, by some inward corruption, to feel like concealment before there is anything visible to conceal. That was the state into which I fell. I do not mean that I ceased eating, sleeping, answering, dressing, visiting, smiling, or performing any of the other motions by which a woman preserves her place in the world while her inner life grows steadily less obedient. I did all of these things, perhaps more carefully than before. Nothing sharpens outward propriety like inward danger. When a woman suspects herself to be standing near a precipice, she becomes doubly exact about her gloves. And yet the whole rhythm of my days had changed. I no longer entered a room only to see it. I entered to feel whether he was there. I no longer heard my own name in company as a simple social sound. Some hidden part of me listened beneath every other voice for his. I no longer took comfort in prudence. Because prudence had ceased to promise peace, it promised only delay. The worst of it was that he, too, had changed. Not in manner visible enough for society to punish. If anything, he became more careful after our walk, not less. That would almost have been relief had it come with coolness. It did not. He gave me instead the more difficult thing. Restraint without withdrawal. He did not seek me too obviously. He did not force private moments from crowded rooms or presume upon the dangerous ease that had grown between us. He behaved, in short, exactly as a man ought to behave, who understands the cost of being seen wanting too much. That was what undid me. Had he been rash, I think I might have recovered. Rashness makes a woman wise by necessity. But steadiness invites trust, and trust is infinitely harder to resist than impulse. It was 3 days later that he asked, in the only way decency allowed him, whether I would walk with the others after dinner. With the others. That was how all grave follies begin. We were a party of 6 at first, then 8, then by one of those natural accidents society manufactures with perfect innocence and considerable skill, reduced by degrees to 4. My aunt fell into step with a lady she found useful. 2 gentlemen turned off toward some vantage point. One of them insisted we must not miss. I might still have checked my pace and rejoined them at once. Instead I went on. I tell myself even now that the evening made refusal difficult. Rome was soft with spring then. The day's warmth had withdrawn, but not wholly, leaving behind that tempered air which seems to belong neither to afternoon nor night, but to some interval designed expressly for poor decisions. Lamps showed here and there through distance. Above us the sky had not yet gone black. The city at evening always struck me as both older and more forgiving than in full daylight, as if once the edges blurred a little. One might imagine a looser order of life than the one England had trained us to expect. He did not speak immediately. We walked perhaps 20 paces in silence, not awkwardly, not easily either. There are silences that are merely empty and others so inhabited that a single word dropped into them may alter the whole future of the people standing inside. At last he said, "I have tried very hard to be prudent." It was not a lover's speech. That is perhaps why I felt its gravity so completely. It did not ask for admiration. It merely offered truth. "I know," I answered. "I am no longer sure prudence is the same as honesty." I kept my eyes forward because looking directly at him then would have been beyond me. "That depends," I said, "upon what honesty requires, and if it requires too much. There is usually no if where honesty is concerned, only cost." He gave a short breath which was not laughter and not quite sorrow. "I feared you would say something like that. You should not have asked if you wanted comfort." "No." After a pause he said, more quietly, "I did not want comfort. There are moments when the body understands what the mind is still trying to delay. I knew then that whatever had held us in that long, suspended state of restraint and implication was ending. Not because the world had relaxed. Because we had reached the point at which silence itself had become a form of falsehood. I stopped walking. Ahead of us the others had gone farther than I had realized. Not enough to justify alarm. Enough to make me feel the peril of the space between us and them with physical force. "You must not say anything," I said, though my voice had already betrayed me by lowering. He stopped too. "Anything. Anything that leaves us no way back." For one instant he looked almost pained. He said, Do not think. There has been a way back for some time. I had known it. Hearing him say it made the knowledge irreversible. I ought to have turned then and gone directly to my aunt. I saw the whole sensible route in front of me, as clearly as if someone had laid it on the path. Rejoin the others. Return home. Avoid him the next day. Shorten every later conversation. Become cold if necessary. Let Rome close over the whole thing before it could acquire shape. I saw it. I did not take it. "Do you understand?" I asked, and the question felt less like speech than like surrender. "What you ask me to risk even by listening?" "Wes." "You cannot," he said. "I can. Not as you can. Not in the same fashion. But I do understand enough to know that I should not speak unless I meant the speech to bear weight." This was the difference between him and other men. Others might have called it passion. He called it weight. I looked at him then. The half-light was cruelly kind. It softened nothing essential. His face held none of the self-flattering heat I had half feared and half hoped to find there. Only seriousness. Resolve, yes. But not the comfortable resolve of a man assuming that feeling will make a path for itself because his own desire prefers it so. "I do not know," I said, "what is to become of us even if I answer you honestly. Nor do I. That is not encouraging. No." His voice gentled though not into softness. "But it is true. My whole life, it seemed to me then, had been governed by futures spoken in tones of certainty by people who expected me to fit myself to them. Here at last stood a man who offered no certainty at all, only truth and risk together. Perhaps that is why I believed him. Then I will answer honestly," I said. He did not move. I admired him for that. Less self-command in him, and I think I should have broken under the suddenness of my own courage. "You do matter to me," I said. "Too much. More already than is wise. Enough that I have spent days despising my own thoughts and have not improved them by the effort." But his eyes closed very briefly, as if the words had struck him harder than he had prepared for. He said, "And I, opening them again, have thought of little else." The world did not stop. That is the great insult of grave confessions. Somewhere beyond us wheels moved over stone. A voice called in the distance. The city remained itself, entirely indifferent to the fact that two English people had just crossed from difficulty into danger. I remember saying, because some last remnant of sense still clung to me, this cannot be simple. No, my family would never wish it. No, the king. At that he interrupted me, not rudely, but with a firmness that felt almost like pain. The king governs much. I understood what he would not yet say. Not everything. That was madness. It was also the first true hope I had heard in my whole life that did not arrive dressed as permission from somebody else. We turned back then because we must. There is only so much truth society allows before it demands its body's return to company. When we rejoined the others, my aunt remarked upon the air and asked whether I had found the pace too slow. I answered something suitable. Augustus did the same. The rest of the evening passed under all the old forms and none of the old innocence. The following day he sent no note. That, too, I admired and suffered from. A lesser man would have rushed to secure by writing what had barely been won in person. But writing is dangerous. Letters survive better than intentions do. Letters may be intercepted, shown, misunderstood, preserved, used. A woman may be condemned by a line she never expected anyone but herself to read. So he sent nothing. Instead, at an afternoon gathering, where several English families had met under the sort of tired gaiety which always preceded some reshuffling of the season, he spoke to me only twice. Both times in the hearing of others, and both so correctly that, if my pulse altered under the sound of his voice, it was my burden, not his indiscretion. Later, as I moved toward the stairs with my aunt, one of the servants placed in my hand a small folded slip and said only, "For Miss Murray." Nothing in his face altered. Nothing in mine, I hope. I kept it closed until I was alone. Even then I looked at it for some moments before opening it, as if the very handwriting might accuse me. There was almost nothing written. Only this. I ask nothing lightly. If you will permit it, I must speak where speech can be whole. No place named. No extravagance. No declaration. Yet in those words I felt the ground of my life give way another inch. Because I knew already what whole speech must require. A man in his position could not speak wholly only to amuse himself. Nor could I hear wholly and still pretend afterward to be merely entertained. We had moved beyond that. The next truth, whatever shape it took, would demand action or renunciation. There is no third road once the heart and the world have both been properly named. I answered. I ought perhaps to have burned his note first. I did not. I hid it instead, which is the first truly dishonest thing I can remember doing with a clear sense of my own intention. Until then my life had contained omissions, evasions, female tactics of survival, all the little half-truths respectable women are driven to by respectable systems. This was different. This was secrecy chosen not merely to protect peace, but to preserve desire. My answer was shorter than his. If speech is to be whole, it must not flatter itself. I will hear truth, not hope dressed as certainty. He met me the next evening in rooms belonging to acquaintances whose absence for the hour had been secured under circumstances I did not examine too closely because I lacked the courage to know whether I had already become that sort of woman. The sort who enters another person's drawing room by side arrangement in order to meet a prince privately. Yes, I had become her. The room was not romantic. I bless Providence for that. Had it been candlelit to beauty, had flowers scented the air too sweetly, had the whole scene looked like the invention of foolish novels, I might have recoiled out of sheer self-contempt. Instead it was a room that had been lived in, chairs slightly worn, a table with books left carelessly, curtains half drawn, the sort of place where serious conversation might actually happen because beauty had not come first to prepare it. He was already there. I had thought myself prepared. I was not. Privacy changes everything. Even proper privacy, even borrowed privacy, even privacy too brief to be called safety. He came no nearer than civility allowed at first. Thank you for coming. I am not sure thanks are yet due. No, he took that without protest. Then I will begin where honesty begins. I love you. The sentence entered the room without ornament. No preface, no elaboration, no attempt to win me by atmosphere or appeal to pity. Only fact given its full cost. I closed my eyes for one instant. It was not enough. When I opened them, I said the only thing truth permitted me. Less. He looked at me then as if some whole inward discipline in him had just been tested beyond measure, and perhaps to his own surprise survived. After that we spoke not like reckless young people, but like two souls trying to look directly at impossibility and decide whether it could still be chosen. He told me what he knew. Not enough, perhaps, but more than most men would have offered. That his position made consent no light matter. That his family would not welcome this. That England would not forgive such a marriage if it were merely sentimental folly. That he could not ask me to step into uncertainty without admitting it by name. I told him what he knew already. That I would not be hidden only for a season. That I could not become some private softness in his Roman life and return to England diminished by what had not been allowed the dignity of vow. That if he meant anything, he must mean everything. He said, "I do." And, because he said it not like a man intoxicated by desire, but like one accepting sentence upon himself, I believed him. There are decisions that appear sudden only to those who were not present during the long inward labor that prepared them. What happened next may, to anyone reading from outside, seem precipitous. It did not feel so from within. We had passed through caution, warning, recognition, fear, and the stripping away of every easy illusion. By the time marriage was spoken between us, it did not sound wild. It sounded necessary. Necessary not because the world would approve it. Because without it everything between us would become exactly what I had most feared from the beginning, a kindness too grave to survive being left unnamed. We were married on the 4th of April. Even now I cannot write the sentence without feeling both the heat of that courage and the chill already folded inside it. It was done quietly, under conditions which would have seemed meager for a village couple, and felt to me more solemn than any church crowded with witnesses could have done. There were not enough people, not enough blessings, not enough sanction. No father's hand, no family satisfaction, no smiling world prepared to receive me as wife. Only vow, presence, resolve, and the terrible freedom of acting before permission had consented to descend. When the words were spoken, I felt not triumph but stillness. I was his wife. The world beyond that room had not changed. England still existed. Kings still gave or withheld consent. Families still guarded names, as if names were holier than hearts. Law, though not yet standing bodily before me, had already cast its shadow at the edge of the day. All of it remained. And yet, under all that, something steadier had been laid down. I was no longer merely a woman in danger of becoming foolish for a prince. I had crossed into a more perilous truth. I belonged to him by vow, and he to me, before any of those who might deny us had been asked to agree. Afterward he took my hand and held it as if the smallest gesture now carried weight enough to break the world. He said, "You are afraid." Yes. So am I. That comforted me more than assurance could have done. Because fear meant he understood what we had done. Not only the sweetness of it, the danger, the cost, the possibility that we had not escaped the law by acting before it, but only placed ourselves directly in its future path. I looked at him then and knew, with a clarity so sharp it was almost pain, that happiness had come to me at last not as safety, but as vow entering danger. If I had been wiser, perhaps I should have trembled more for what would follow. If I had been colder, perhaps I should have rejoiced less. As it was, I felt both, joy and dread together, indivisible. That is the true shape of many marriages, I think, though few are forced to see it so early and so plainly. When I returned to my lodgings, nothing outward had changed. My maid unpinned my gown. My aunt remarked upon the lateness of the hour. Somewhere a servant closed shutters against the night. Rome continued as before. Yet I moved through it altered beyond recall. I had thought difficulty began when love was confessed. I was wrong. Difficulty begins when love takes a form the world may punish. Chapter 2, Back in England. The voyage home was the first proof that marriage does not always begin with peace. I had imagined, in the first trembling hours after our vows in Rome, that being his wife would alter the world at once, not outwardly perhaps, not with any thunder of approval or public joy, but inwardly, in the one place where all the essential changes of life begin. I thought I should wake the next morning with some new steadiness already laid down inside me, some quiet authority of the heart that would make every difficulty easier, because I should at least know what I was suffering for. In a sense, I did wake altered. I woke his wife. That knowledge remained, and remains even now in memory, one of the few absolutely still points in a life otherwise much given to shifting ground. Yet stillness of that kind does not prevent fear. Sometimes it sharpens it. The clearer a woman's happiness becomes, the more distinctly she sees what may be taken from her. We left Rome not long after, and from the moment the arrangements began, the shape of my new life revealed its first contradiction. I belonged to him more entirely than before. I could not belong to him openly. At first the contradiction was almost too large to feel properly. One can carry very heavy truths for a little while, if they remain dressed in motion. There were trunks, routes, timings, the practical business of departure, the ordinary fatigue of travel. Such things have their mercy. They fill the hands so that the mind is not left entirely at the mercy of its own conclusions. Still, even among all that movement, I began to notice the difference. Not in him. Never there. If anything, Augustus grew more grave with kindness after our marriage, not less. He did not behave as though the vow had transformed me into an easy possession, nor as though private certainty gave him any right to public carelessness. I think I loved him more during those first days of travel than during all our Roman hesitation, because I saw at close range what sort of man he became when happiness was mixed at once with responsibility. He was thoughtful, not fussy, which I could not have borne, and not softened into sentiment, which would have frightened me by its resemblance to self-indulgence, thoughtful in practical ways. Did I need rest? Was the room too cold? Had I eaten? Was the road too rough? Could we shorten the stage? Might this be improved? Such questions, asked without performance, begin quietly to build a woman's trust in a marriage more surely than any impassioned vow. And yet, for all that tenderness, there were moments when the whole structure of our situation rose before me with such force that I could scarcely breathe under it. At inns, at stopping places, in those little intervals where a married couple ought naturally to settle into the ordinary unity of travel, I found myself suddenly aware that I could not use the simplest language without calculation. I could not always say my husband without first considering who stood near enough to hear it. I could not accept certain forms of attendance without wondering whether the arrangement looked natural enough. I could not move through the world as a wife in the plain and blessed sense meant for most women, because every plainness had first to be measured against secrecy. That was the beginning of my education. Love had brought me into marriage. The world at once began teaching me the cost of being married without permission. By the time England received us again, I had grown so used to holding joy and anxiety in the same breath that I could hardly remember which one had once appeared possible without the other. England felt narrower the instant I saw it. I do not say uglier. That would be easy and not entirely true. There are mornings in England whose softness no other country quite matches, and winter fields at home have a kind of melancholy honesty that Italian beauty never pretends to. But England, after Rome, felt arranged again. Ruled, measured, watched. The very sky seemed to hang lower over one's intentions. Abroad I had imagined, foolishly perhaps, that secrecy and marriage together might create a world sufficient to itself. At home I understood at once that England never allows private acts to remain private for long when rank and royalty stand too near them. The first house we entered after our return was not even public in the strict sense. No crowd waited there. No ministers. No family tribunal prepared to pronounce upon my soul. It was only a proper English house, orderly, warm, full of the quiet signs by which domestic life announces that every person in it knows his station and keeps within its borders. And yet the moment I crossed the threshold, I felt the border of my own life rise around me more sharply than before. In Rome, when Augustus looked at me, I had felt chosen. In England, when servants looked at me, I felt unplaced. That is not the same thing. A woman may endure considerable uncertainty if her emotional place is secure. What becomes unbearable is being inwardly certain and outwardly unstable at once. I knew what I was to him. I did not know what I could safely be allowed to seem. One morning, not many days after our return, a servant asked some question so simple that in another marriage it would have passed without consequence. "Will Madam breakfast here or below?" Madam. The word struck me with absurd force. I had not been prepared for that. Not because the form itself was strange, but because it arrived wrapped in the soft neutrality of household routine, as if the world might, after all, permit me to slide into wifehood by custom, before it had approved me by law. For one instant my whole heart leapt toward the sound of it. Then just as quickly I felt fear follow behind. Who had instructed the servant? How was I being named elsewhere? What might be overheard, repeated, corrected? Was this the beginning of recognition, or only a temporary fiction sustained by convenience until some larger authority interfered? I answered too slowly. The servant's face did not change. But I saw in it the perfect, respectful blankness by which houses preserve themselves from the emotional storms of those who inhabit them. "Below," I said at last. When he had gone, I sat for some time quite still by the dressing table, looking at my own hands. Madam. Such a small thing. Such a cruelly dangerous kindness. When Augustus came in a little later, he found me quieter than usual and asked at once what had happened. "Nothing," I said. He did not believe me. By then he had already begun to know the difference between my ordinary reserve and that other silence which means some invisible line has just cut me more sharply than I wished to confess. "What is it?" I hesitated. Not because I doubted him, but because the thing itself seemed too foolish when laid in words. How was I to say that one servant's harmless form of address had unsettled the whole emotional architecture of my morning? At last I answered, "I have discovered that names are not small at all." He stood where he was waiting. He said, "That is not a new discovery," gently. I looked up at him. Only a newer one than I expected. He came nearer then, though not too near, and sat opposite me, with the same grave patience he had shown in Rome when he understood that levity would not serve. What was said? They asked whether Madam would breakfast below. His expression changed, not in amusement, not in surprise either, into something more painful than either, recognition touched by helplessness. He said, "Wes," after a moment, "I ought to have been pleased. You were." I was frightened. That at least made him lower his eyes briefly, as though the truth of it hurt him in some region pride cannot easily defend. "You have a right to both." "A right?" I could not help smiling, though very faintly. "That is an ambitious word for us," he said. "No. Only a just one. The trouble with justice is that it may exist fully in the heart while the outer world remains arranged against it. We knew that already. Still, hearing him say it steadied me more than I wished to admit. I asked then, because by that point the question had become impossible to keep from us both. "How long do you think such peace can last?" He did not pretend to misunderstand me. Not the breakfast, not the room, not the temporary domestic softness into which we had been allowed to fall, before the larger machinery of England noticed us fully and set itself to work. He said, "I do not know." That answer would once have disappointed me. Now, I trusted it more than assurance. Men who promise safety where they have none to give are not protecting women. They are protecting their own comfort from the inconvenience of female fear. "What do you know?" I asked. "That I mean to keep faith. It is remarkable how much strength there may be in a sentence that solves nothing." I believed him completely. That did not make me safer. It made me more vulnerable, because faithfulness from him meant the danger between us was not the danger of caprice. It was the danger of seriousness colliding with a world large enough to punish it. The first days passed in that divided condition. Outwardly, our life possessed a strange, almost tender ordinariness. Meals, rooms, visitors not yet admitted too freely, morning arrangements. Shared hours that belonged to no one's inspection, except the household's, and even there only in fragments. I began to learn small things about him, which had no glamour at all, and therefore attached themselves to me more deeply than glamour could have done. The way he preferred quiet before speaking in the morning, the way his attention sharpened when anyone described practical difficulty, the fact that he disliked needless display in meals as much as I did in conversation, the particular stillness that came over him when some thought had gone inward and not yet returned. These are not the details out of which young girls imagine passion. They are the details by which women begin to understand whether peace with a man might actually be livable. I loved him in those days with a gratitude that felt almost like pain. Because even as I saw what was possible between us, I felt with increasing force what stood against it. England was not Rome. In Rome our marriage had been an act of courage undertaken against anticipated difficulty. In England it became a fact that must survive under observation, title, family, memory, and law. I began to hear the larger names more often, not always spoken to me directly, but passing through the house in lowered voices, or mentioned in conversation with a care too deliberate to be accidental. The king, consent, permission, the act, family displeasure, formal recognition. Every one of those words seemed to come from a world outside my marriage and yet determined, somehow, to climb into it and sit at our hearth as if it belonged there by right. One evening I heard my own future spoken of as if I were not in the room. Not by Augustus. Never by him. A gentleman had called. One of those useful men who appear everywhere royal life thickens and who speak in such polished tones that one almost misses the administrative cruelty of their opinions. He did not mean to affront me, I think. He meant only to discuss the difficulty soberly and as between men. That was the insult, the assumption that my life had become a matter to be considered around me rather than with me. He said something about regularization. A hateful word. As if marriage were not already a solemnity in itself, but only a draft awaiting improvement from greater hands. I was sitting near the fire with work in my lap that I had not touched in several minutes. Augustus stood by the mantel. The gentleman continued speaking in a tone so correct it nearly made me ill. Of course, much depends upon how His Majesty may be brought to view the matter. Bach. The matter. I did not know before that instant how much one may come to hate a definite article. Augustus answered with a calmness I admired and suffered from in equal measure. It is not a matter. It is my marriage. The gentleman bowed his head a little, acknowledging the distinction without surrendering his own ground. Men like him survive by never surrendering ground. Certainly, sir. But the question now is under what form it may be maintained. Maintained. I could not bear another word. I set down my work and rose. Neither man looked at me at first. That too, I think, cut deeper than if they had openly expected interruption. Forgive me, I said. Only then did the gentleman turn fully. He had the decency to look embarrassed. Not enough decency to be silent. I did not mean. No. I answered. You meant exactly what the world means. Only more politely. Then I left the room before either could stop me. Once in the corridor, I stood very still for several seconds, because my hands had begun to tremble, and I could not permit myself the comfort of tears in so public a place. The house, indifferent creature, remained entirely itself. Somewhere a servant moved a tray. A door closed softly at the farther end. Someone laughed in another room, though not loudly. All the little ordinary continuities of domestic life went on as though nothing had happened, though I felt in that moment that the whole structure of my marriage had been spoken of like a temporary arrangement of furniture awaiting approval from a superior household. Augustus came after me almost at once. I heard the door behind him close before I turned. You should not have heard that. No, I said. I should only have lived it, I suppose. Augusta. I hated the hurt in his voice because it made my own hurt less simple, and therefore harder to hold. He spoke as men speak, I said. That is the trouble. He did not insult me. He only named what they all believe. That I may be your wife in feeling, and in fact, and still require some larger sanction before I become safe enough to be spoken of plainly. He came nearer. You are my wife plainly. Wes. I felt the tears then and despised them. Wes to you, and to me, but not to England. Not yet. Perhaps not ever in the way ordinary women are permitted. There was a silence after that in which I understood, perhaps more clearly than before, the true shape of our domestic hope. It was not false. It was not shallow. It was not merely temporary in feeling. But it rested under a roof the law had not finished testing. And every ordinary happiness in it carried a certain suspended quality because of that. A wife below stairs. A matter in the drawing room. A marriage in the heart. A question in England. These contradictions did not yet destroy me. They began, however, to instruct me in a new kind of fear. Not the fear that he would cease loving me. That had already gone. Something worse in its own quieter way. The fear that love might remain perfectly true, while the world rendered it unstable all the same. That night, after the house had quieted, I stood at the window and looked out upon England as if I had never seen it before. Nothing dramatic appeared. No heralds. No laws walking bodily over the fields. Only darkness, some distant light. The mild immovable shapes of home. Yet I knew with a certainty deeper than any spoken warning had yet given me that Rome was over. We had brought our marriage back into the country most capable of denying its ease. And I, who had thought myself brave when I married in secrecy, was only just beginning to understand what courage would actually have to endure. The morning after that conversation, I woke with a new hatred for the word regular. It seemed to have attached itself to every surface of the house overnight. Regular forms. Regular recognition. Regular settlement. Regularized union. Such words have a peculiar violence in them when applied to a marriage already made in conscience. They do not merely suggest order. They imply deficiency. They say, in effect, that whatever love has already sanctified must still present itself at another door and ask permission to become respectable. I dressed more slowly than usual, not from languor, but because every motion felt burdened by the same inward resistance. To be married once ought to have been enough. I did not mean enough for the law, perhaps. I was not so knave as that. But enough for the soul. Enough that no woman should be asked to stand before a second threshold and hear her own life treated as provisional while strangers debate under what form it may best be maintained. Yet by breakfast I knew already what Augustus would say if I forced the subject into the open. He would not say that the first vows were light. Never that. He would say instead what truth required, that England was not built to respect sincerity unsupported by structure, that the world might deny privately what had not been reinforced publicly, that if another ceremony could shelter us, even by a degree, it deserved to be weighed. He came in while I was still at the table, the servant having just withdrawn after setting down coffee. He looked as though he had slept little. That touched me and also made me wary, because I knew before he spoke that he had spent those hours, not cooling from the previous evening, but thinking farther into it. He said, "I owe you an apology." I poured coffee into my cup very carefully. "No." "Yes." "No," I repeated, "you owe me a better world. As you cannot provide it, I am willing to accept breakfast." That brought the faintest shift to his mouth, though not enough to be called a smile. "You are very hard this morning." "I am very married this morning." That silenced him for a moment. He came to the table and stood with one hand on the back of the chair opposite mine, not sitting yet, as if unsure whether the ground between us had steadied sufficiently since last night to bear easy domestic gestures. I hated the caution and was ashamed of hating it, because the caution itself sprang from care. He said, "At least let me say, that I should not have allowed such talk in your hearing. You did not allow it. I did not prevent it soon enough." That was nearer truth, and because it was nearer truth I let the edge in me ease by a fraction. "You cannot prevent England from speaking like England," I said. "No." He looked down briefly at the tablecloth. The cup, anything perhaps but my face. but I would prevent it from hurting you where I can. That ought to have comforted me fully. It did not, though it was not his fault. The truth had gone deeper now than comfort. It had reached that level where every kindness proves the very wound it tries to heal. I set down my cup. "And what," I asked, "do you think last night proved?" He met my gaze then, and I saw the gravity in him settle into decision. That we must make our position harder to deny. There it was. Not romance. Not reassurance. The thing itself. I leaned back in my chair and looked toward the window, though I saw nothing of what lay beyond it. My mind had already gone elsewhere, into churches, papers, banns, signatures, signas, witnesses, law, all the second-hand architecture by which first truths must apparently beg to be preserved. "You mean another ceremony?" "Wes." The simplicity of the answer hurt more than any hesitation would have done. I had expected it. That did not lessen the injury of hearing it. To be married twice to the same man because once had not been enough for England. There was something in it so humiliating, so nearly absurd, that for a moment I did not know whether to laugh or weep. He must have seen enough in my face to understand the shape of my thought, because he came at last to the chair and sat opposite me. "It is not because I think Rome insufficient." "No," I said. "Only because England does." He did not deny it. That, again, was his honesty. Another man might have hastened to soften the matter into tenderness. Augustus never softened what required naming plainly. He only refused to make plainest crueler than it already was. He said, "If there is any way to give our marriage more standing here, I must try it." Standing. Everything in England stands or falls by that word. Houses stand, families stand, names stand. Women, if fortunate, stand respectably behind their husbands and call it security. Those who cannot stand properly are made to feel how visible the lack becomes. "If it gives us none?" I asked. "Then at least we shall have done what could be done." I rose then, too restless to remain seated under the weight of so practical a grief. The room was not large, but I crossed it as though greater distance might somehow make thought easier. The fire had burned low. Morning light now did most of the work. Outside, the world looked perfectly ordinary, which seemed to me an insult. "What a strange thing," I said, half to the room, half to him. "That a woman may wake as a wife in truth and by noon be asked to prove it again because truth lacks the proper furniture. Augusta. No. Let me say it. If I cannot say it to you, I shall be left to say it nowhere. It is degrading." He did not flinch from the word. He said, "Wes." That checked me more than contradiction would have done. I turned back toward him. "You agree?" "I do." The answer fell between us with such steadiness that I almost hated him for the relief it gave me. Because I had not wanted agreement only. I had wanted the impossible, a world in which agreement might abolish necessity. But no marriage, however tender, can do that when the rest of society still retains the power to classify one's happiness as irregular. He rose then and came nearer, stopping at the proper distance between respect and intimacy. That distance, which would have irritated me in another mood, felt exactly right then. Too close, and I might have been forced into comfort before I had finished feeling wounded. Too far, and I should have felt managed again by the very discussion meant to preserve me. He said, "I know what it costs your pride." "It costs more than pride." "Wes." His voice lowered. "It costs peace. It costs innocence. It costs that first certainty which ought to have been enough. There are times when the most painful thing one can hear is not misunderstanding, but exact understanding." I sat again because my knees had lost all ambition for dignity. "And yet," I said, "we must do it." He answered without triumph, "Yes." That was how the second marriage began. Not with joy. Not with fantasy. Not with lovers intoxicated by the chance to repeat a vow for pleasure's sake. It began with the cold realization that England would otherwise go on speaking of our life as though it were merely intimate error waiting to be improved by form. Over the next days the practical details emerged one by one, and with them a new kind of humiliation. The banns. The church. The question of names. The management of time. The securing of enough propriety to make the whole thing appear less like concealment and more like ordinary matrimony. though no ordinary matrimony ever had to work so hard to prove itself ordinary. I learned then that nothing wounds a woman's spirit more quietly than being made to examine the mechanics of her own legitimacy. There were hours when I found myself thinking in absurd little fragments. If I sign here, will I be more wife than in Rome? If a clergyman in England speaks words already spoken, does the second blessing push the first farther into truth, or merely farther into danger? If bans are published, does that make me safer, or only more visible? Every question led back to the same bitter center. Repetition is not romance. Repetition is desperation made respectable. I do not say Augustus treated it lightly. He did not. If anything, the more clearly the practical burden unfolded, the more I saw in him that same hardening seriousness which had always told me he understood the cost better than many men would have done. He took pains. He watched arrangements. He spared me what ugliness he could. But no man, however loving, can spare a woman entirely from the indignity of discovering that the world considers one marriage insufficient when it has not first consulted the right authority. One afternoon, while such matters were being discussed in another room, and I sat apparently idle with needlework in my lap, and not one honest thought in my head, I found myself suddenly remembering Rome with such force that the thread slipped from my fingers altogether. Rome, where the room had been plain and borrowed and more solemn to me than any cathedral crowded with witnesses. Rome, where fear had come braided with joy but not yet with insult. Rome, where I had believed, however briefly, that once the vow was spoken the essential battle was won. I stared at the dropped thread and felt such a wave anger rise in me that for one wild instant I wanted to refuse everything. The second ceremony, England. Prudence. All of it. To say no. The first truth was enough, and if the kingdom cannot bear a marriage unless it first approves the heart, then let the kingdom keep its approval and starve on it. But such speeches belong to women who can afford them. I could not, because refusal would not hurt England first. It would hurt me. It would leave me standing exactly where the gentleman the evening before had placed me in a marriage acknowledged inwardly and disputed outwardly, dependent on the mercy of future interpretation. My work remained in my lap untouched. When Augustus came in, he saw at once that I had passed through some inward weather and come out of it less calm than before. What is it? I was thinking, I said. That sounds ominous. It is. I looked up at him. I was thinking how strange it is that I must help build the argument for my own reality. He came to stand beside the chair, one hand resting lightly on the back of it. I know. No, I said, and then softened at once because the word had escaped more sharply than I intended. No, forgive me. You know as much as a man can know who is not being made unreal in the same way. He was silent. I saw the hurt in him then, and wished at once that I had not spoken so bare a truth. But the truth itself remained. Men of rank may suffer deeply. They do not disappear under social judgment in the fashion women do. A marriage can fail to settle him. It can still unmake me. After a moment he said, Tell me then. I would rather hear it from you than spare myself by not asking, so I did. I feel, I said slowly, because the thing required exact words, and would not endure ornament. As though the world means to treat me as your wife only when convenient to tenderness, and as something less than your wife wherever power is concerned. A second ceremony may help. I know that. Yet being helped in that fashion means admitting the wound first. It means admitting that what I already am with all my heart may still be questioned by other people's forms. He bent his head slightly, listening with the same grave attention that had first undone me in Rome. When I finished, he said, Nothing you are to me depends upon that second service. I know. But much of what you may safely be in England may depend upon it. Yes. We looked at one another then with the shared misery of people who have both found the truth and can do nothing with it except act according to its terms. At last I said, Then I shall stand there again. His face altered, and for the first time that day something like warmth returned to it. Augusta. No, I shook my head. Do not thank me as if I were being noble. I am being practical for my own preservation. Even so, Even so, that, perhaps, is marriage more truly than most wedding sermons manage to express it. Not grand declarations repeated endlessly, but two people arriving at the same sorrowful practicality and calling it fidelity because no softer word would bear enough weight. The days before the ceremony acquired a curiously suspended quality. Outwardly, they were full of ordinary business. Inwardly, every hour seemed to draw us nearer not to celebration, but to a kind of test. Would this second marriage make us safer? Would it render our life more legible? Would it at least create some ground on which, later, we might stand more firmly when others tried to speak around us? No one could answer. That uncertainty affected everything. Meals, walks, even silence. Once, sitting with him in the late afternoon, when the fire had not yet been lit, and the room held that gray interval between daylight and lamps, I found myself thinking that our first marriage had been like stepping into water, because one trusted its depth. This second one felt more like crossing a river by stones none of us could swear would hold. He asked, "Do you regret Rome?" Suddenly, the question startled me enough that I looked at him at once. No, I had to ask. Then I answered clearly, "Nope." He let out a breath so slight that another person might not have noticed it. "What I regret," I said, "is England." That almost made him smile. It is not a patriotic answer, Bar. It is an exhausted one. He came then to sit nearer than before, not touching me at first, only nearer, as if both of us had grown too tired of measured distances to keep performing them in every private hour. He said, "I regret, after a moment, that every attempt to protect you seems first to require another injury." That was so exactly spoken that I could only look at him. "Wes," I said, "that is what it is." He took my hand then. No flourish, no heated display. Only the steady clasp of a man who understands that in certain seasons tenderness must justify itself by endurance rather than charm. The day of the second ceremony came with the kind of London morning that seems determined to look respectable whatever human absurdity is being carried out beneath it. I dressed with a composure so complete it frightened me. There are hours when one's own calm feels less like courage than like a withdrawal of some deeper faculty into silence. As if the spirit has decided that resistance would consume more strength than the occasion deserves. St. George's, Hanover Square. Even the name carried another weight than Rome had done. Rome had been distance, risk, heat, vow. Hanover Square was England itself, fashionable, observed, legible, public enough to sting. As I prepared to go, I looked at myself once in the mirror and thought not, "I am to be married," but, "I am to be made harder to dismiss." That is a poor bride's thought. It was mine all the same. On the way there I spoke very little. Augustus did not force speech between us. Again, that was his wisdom. There are times when silence is not emptiness, but pressure so concentrated that words would only spill it uselessly over the sides. And when at last the carriage slowed, I felt the old double sensation that had governed me ever since Rome returned in another form. Love and humiliation together. To stand again before vows already spoken. To need England's church, because England's world would not otherwise leave me in peace. To choose him once more, and by choosing once more admit that the first choosing still needed defense. My heart beat hard enough to make the whole morning seem to move around it. As we crossed the threshold, I knew with complete clarity that whatever happened next, whatever law or disapproval or royal anger might later gather itself against us, this second marriage would deepen the truth before it protected it. That was its sorrow. That was also its power. St. George's, Hanover Square, was more respectable than merciful. I do not say that in resentment against the church itself. Stones are innocent of the uses to which society puts them. But there was something in the whole English composure of the place. The order, the recognition, the sense of a world proceeding under forms already approved by better people than oneself, that made my heart contract before we had even crossed fully into it. Rome had given us secrecy. Hanover Square gave us visibility. Whether visibility would prove protection, or only a more elegant route to danger, neither of us could yet know. The morning had remained cold enough that my gloves felt stiff when I first took them off, and for one strange moment that trivial inconvenience occupied my mind more thoroughly than the ceremony itself. Such things happen when one is standing at the edge of something too large for immediate comprehension. The mind fastens upon buttons, hems, gloves, the line of a sleeve, because the soul has not yet decided how much truth it can bear in one breath. A clergyman spoke. Witnesses were where they must be. The proper questions were put, the proper answers given. I had thought, coming there, that repetition would deaden the solemnity. It did not. If anything, it sharpened it into another shape. In Rome our marriage had been all risk, heat, and inward certainty. Here the words felt colder, but also heavier. Not more true. Truth is not measured by the number of times it is spoken, but more burdened. Each sentence seemed to carry not only vow, but argument. We were not merely marrying. We were presenting our marriage before England and asking, without saying so openly, whether England would now leave us in peace. When I gave my answer, my voice did not tremble. I was almost sorry for that afterward. A tremor would at least have proved that feeling had not been disciplined into stone. But I sounded calm, grave, even composed. Another woman might have congratulated herself on such composure. I knew better. Composure often means only that emotion has retreated inward to preserve itself from public handling. Augustus was pale. Not dramatically so. No one looking at him from a distance would have remarked it. Yet I stood near enough to see how tightly he held himself under all the forms of the morning. He had been grave before. This was something beyond gravity. It was the look of a man repeating an act of the greatest tenderness, beneath the shadow of its possible futility. I loved him more in that moment than I had in Rome. That may sound strange. Rome had all the advantages of youth, secrecy, first courage, and the breathless moral beauty of doing a thing before the world has had time to punish it. But in Hanover Square I saw something deeper. Not the thrill of choosing against odds. The harder loyalty of continuing to choose when the odds have already begun showing their teeth. When it was done, I stood still for a moment longer than the occasion required. Not because I was reluctant to move. Because something in me needed time to understand what had just happened. I had once been made a wife by love and daring. Now, I had been made a wife again by necessity and English law's long, invisible pressure. Both ceremonies were true. Neither cancelled the other. Yet the second cast such a different light over the first that I felt, standing there, as though my own life had acquired two separate histories and I must somehow inhabit both without letting either fall away. Outside, the day looked exactly as it had before. That offended me. Carriages moved. Wheels struck the street. London proceeded with all its decent indifference. Even the air seemed unchanged. One would think, to look at the world from the church steps, that nothing particular had happened beyond another respectable marriage among many. And yet I felt as though some old part of myself had just been folded away. We returned not in triumph, but in a silence so full of shared thought that any ordinary conversation would have broken it rudely. My hands lay together in my lap. His gloved hand rested near enough that I was aware of it every second, and yet did not take it, because the carriage was not ours alone, not in that absolute private sense one imagines when very young. There was always a servant, a driver, a household waiting beyond the next door, some degree of witness woven into the ordinary business of rank. That, I think, was the true education of our marriage. Not that we lacked feeling. That feeling had to learn to live in narrow spaces. At last, when the carriage turned and the street noise shifted, he said very quietly, "You were very brave." I turned my head and looked at him. "No," I said. "Only resigned." The answer pained him. I saw that at once and wished, though not enough to recall the truth, that I had softened it. It should not have felt like resignation. "Should not," I said, "and it are not always on speaking terms." He lowered his eyes briefly. "I know. No," I answered more gently. "You know as much as you can. It is not the same." He accepted that too, though it cost him. There is great tenderness in being loved by a man who does not insist upon equivalence where none exists. Augustus never pretended that my position in the world was merely his position translated into female terms. He knew better than that. Perhaps not fully at first, but enough to hear me when I spoke of the difference. He said, "And yet, after a moment, I would not have had you stand there a second time for any lesser reason." That was the sentence which restored me. Not because it solved anything. Nothing had been solved. The Church had not transformed England into a kindly country. The world had not suddenly become willing to forget who he was, whose son, under what law, but in that one sentence he returned the act to dignity, not correction, not repair, not humiliation, merely endured. Reason. I looked down at my hands. "Nor would I," I said. Back at the house everything acquired that strange brightness which follows important mornings. Servants moved carefully. Doors were opened a little faster. The household seemed aware, without needing to be told, that some step had been taken which altered the proportion of all other steps. I found this both comforting and intolerable. Comforting, because domestic recognition has a power the law often underestimates. Intolerable, because I could not tell how much of that recognition belonged truly to me, and how much to temporary arrangement. I was greeted as though nothing needed explanation. That, perhaps, was the greatest kindness England had yet shown me. No one in the house presumed to speak of the first ceremony, as if it had been superseded. No one treated the second as a beginning. It was received instead as reinforcement, which was painful, yes, but less degrading than I had feared. Still, the pain remained. One feels it most sharply in small moments. A servant asking where I preferred the flowers to be placed. A household account brought to Augustus with some reference to Madam's rooms. A tray sent up and arranged with the thoughtlessness of long, established marriage. As if I had inhabited that place for years, instead of standing only that morning before a second set of vows, because the first had not been sufficiently English. If I had been vain, I think I might have enjoyed those things unreservedly, but vanity has never been my sin. No, what I felt was deeper and more inconvenient. Gratitude sharpened by injustice. I wanted the sweetness of domestic forms, without the memory of why they had been made necessary twice over. That is not possible. One cannot separate a comfort from the humiliation that purchased it if the purchase is still fresh in the blood. The afternoon passed with a quiet I had long ceased to expect from England. No visitors were admitted. No notes of consequence pressed themselves forward. For a few hours it seemed almost possible that the second marriage had indeed settled something. Augustus came and went between a room below and the one in which I sat, occupied, I think, with the ordinary business of such a day. Papershires. Directions. Some small order restored to the house after public form has passed through it. Every time he returned, even briefly, the room altered for me. Not because he filled it with himself, but because his presence made the whole arrangement feel less like an English correction and more like what I most needed it to remain. A marriage. Toward evening, when the light had begun to thin and the lamps were not yet called for, he came in carrying nothing at all, which told me more than if he had arrived burdened with papers. A man who enters empty-handed after such a day means, whether he has prepared the meaning or not, to speak from himself and not from arrangement. He stood for a moment by the hearth, though the fire was not high enough yet to justify lingering there for warmth. He said, "It is done." Yes. The answer sounded smaller than it ought to have done. Not ungrateful, only tired. He looked at me closely. "And what do you feel now?" It was a dangerous question. We had grown used by then to truth. That does not make truth easier. I considered before answering, because I would not give him something too polished to be useful or too raw to be borne. "I feel," I said at last. He said, "more truly your wife and less innocently so." Nothing. I went on because once begun, the thought would not let itself be left half-spoken. Rome belonged to us. Even under all its danger, it belonged to us. Today belonged to England too. I know why we did it. I do not repent it. But I cannot pretend the difference does not wound me. He came nearer then and sat opposite me, as he often did when the conversation required not comfort first but steadiness. It wounds me too. Not in the same place. No, he held my gaze, but not lightly. The room was very still. Somewhere in the house a door closed. Someone crossed the passage beyond and did not pause. The whole evening seemed suspended on that ordinary domestic quiet I had wanted so badly, and could now scarcely endure without suspicion. "Do you think," I asked, "that they will let us alone now?" He did not answer immediately. That silence told me more than if he had lied. He said, "Not entirely. At last." There are truths one hears almost gratefully because falsehood would demand too much labor afterward. I nodded once. "No," I said. "Not entirely." He leaned forward slightly, one hand resting on his knee, the other open between us on the chair arm, as if some part of him wished to reach farther, and would not presume upon my mood without invitation. "But more so than before. Do you know that?" "I know only that we have done what could be done." The sentence, rational and grave, should have comforted me. Instead it opened another fear. What if what could be done proved not enough? I did not say it at once. It remained with me through the next silence, through the lighting of the lamps, through the servant who entered and withdrew with perfect discretion, through the faint change in the room when evening fully claimed it. Only later, when we had dined and the house had settled into that quieter life which begins after the public duties of the day are complete, did I finally speak it. We were in the smaller room then, the one I had come to prefer, because it seemed built for use rather than display. The lamps cast a lower, kinder light there. A chair near the fire had become mine without formal assignment, which gave me one of the few childish comforts still left in adulthood, the sense that a place can recognize you before the world decides whether it will. He was standing at the mantel when I said, "What if it is still not enough?" He turned at once. "What?" "The church. The bands. England. All of it. What if it is still not enough to secure us?" He remained where he was for a moment, and I could see the whole machinery of thought work through him, before he answered. He did not hurry. Again, that was his mercy. Men too quick to reassure women are often only reassuring themselves against the labor of female fear. He said, then, slowly, "We shall know it was not want of truth that failed us. That was not comfort. It was something better and worse. It may yet be want of power," I says. The plainness of the agreement made my throat tighten. "There are times," I said, "when I think the first marriage proved what we were to one another. And now I begin to suspect this second one proves chiefly what the world is capable of doing to us." He came across the room then, not hurriedly, but with decision, and stood close enough that I could feel the warmth from him in the cooler air. "Do not let them take this day from you entirely." "How am I to prevent it?" "By remembering what it was meant to do." "Strengthen us?" I asked. "No," his voice lowered. "Make it harder to separate truth from name." That sentence remained with me long after the hour itself had gone, because it named exactly what I had been unable to frame. This second marriage was not meant to make us love each other more. Love had already passed beyond such childish accounting. It was meant to fasten truth more firmly to name. Body, church, record, society, to every outer thing England respected more reliably than inward vow. A grim purpose, a necessary one. And later that night, when I was alone long enough to unpin my hair and look at myself in the mirror, without company or performance, I tried to see whether anything in my face had changed from morning to evening. I looked, I thought, older. Not in years, in understanding. I had entered Hanover Square still carrying a remnant of hope that form might restore innocence. By nightfall I knew better. Form may strengthen truth. It does not restore innocence once the world has taught you what truth costs. And yet, even under that knowledge, some gentler awareness began quietly to enter. I was not less his wife for having married him twice. I was more endangered, more exposed, more conscious of the world's appetite for classification and denial. But I was not less his wife. If anything, the repetition had stripped the sentimentality from marriage and left me with its harder, more enduring center, not thrill but alignment, not ease, but chosen burden. Not dream, but fact held together under pressure. I slept little that night, though not from unrest alone. There are hours after grave decisions, when the whole body seems to keep vigil long after the mind has exhausted its arguments. I lay awake and listened to the house settling around me. The creak of old wood. A servant somewhere below moving later than usual. The wind touching faintly at one side of the windows. And beneath all that, another rhythm still too uncertain to be named but strong enough already to change the texture of my thought. I was not alone inside my body as I had once been. The realization did not yet arrive as knowledge, only as a shadow at the edge of feeling, a slight unfamiliarity, a new attentiveness to fatigue, to appetite, to myself. It came and went without explanation, but once noticed, it did not leave entirely. By morning I could not have said what troubled me. Only that the second marriage meant to secure the future had somehow brought the future nearer in more than one sense. And that frightened me more than all the rest. For 3 days after Hanover Square, I told myself I was merely tired. It was not an unreasonable lie. Fatigue had become so common a companion in those weeks that one might have seated at table without impropriety. There had been travel, secrecy, fear, 2 marriages, too many conversations in which my life had been discussed as if it were a structure requiring reinforcement, and too little time in which to feel any of it plainly before the next demand arose. A woman may be forgiven, I think, for blaming exhaustion when her body first begins speaking a language she is not yet ready to translate. And yet I knew. Not at once, not with certainty. Certainty is rarely granted to women before anxiety claims the room first. But a suspicion began forming in me so quietly that I almost mistook it for imagination. A change in appetite. A weariness of another sort. An inward attentiveness, as if the body had shifted from being merely mine to being, however slightly, inhabited by future consequence. I did not speak of it on the first day. Nor on the second. Partly from caution, partly from pride. But mostly, I think, because once such a thing is said aloud it no longer belongs chiefly to the woman who first felt it. It passes at once into concern, interpretation, advice, hope, scrutiny. It becomes the property of other minds before one has had time even to understand it in one's own blood. I wanted, for a little while at least, to keep the possibility private. That was foolish. Or natural. With women, the two are often charged against one another, as if they were not near relations. On the 4th morning I rose too quickly, and had to put one hand against the bedpost until the room steadied itself. The dizziness passed almost immediately, but not before leaving behind that unmistakable little wake which says you are changed, whether you consent to the wording or not. Later, when breakfast was set before me, I found I could not bear the smell of the coffee. This was a cruelty of such absurd delicacy that I almost laughed. Coffee had offended me before only when badly made, which in England is often enough. Yet now the sight and scent of it turned me against the whole tray with such sudden force that I pushed the cup away and sat very still, as though stillness itself might conceal what my face had already betrayed. Augustus, who had been reading some paper with less attention than he wished me to think, looked up at once. "What is it?" "Nothing." "No. That is not true." "No." I pressed my fingers together. "Only something I would rather observe before I name." He folded the paper and set it aside. At another moment, in another marriage, such attention might have felt oppressive. In his it did not. He did not crowd me. He only waited with that same grave patience which had first made me trust him against my judgment in Rome. "Do you think yourself unwell?" The question was kind. It was also impossible. Unwell. As though the body could not sometimes carry hope and alarm in the same breath, and refuse to sort them for anyone's comfort. "I do not know what I think," I said. He studied me more closely. "Then tell me what you know." The room was quiet enough that I could hear a servant moving somewhere beyond the door, not near enough to listen. Near enough to remind me that doors are never quite as thick as one wishes when life is beginning to alter. "I know," I said slowly, "that I have been telling myself I am tired, and I begin to suspect that tiredness is not the whole of it." His expression changed at once, not into excitement, never that, but into a stiller and more careful form of attention. I saw in him then exactly what had made me choose him. He did not leap toward hope, as though hope were his by right. He approached it as one approaches a flame in uncertain wind. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then he said, very quietly, "Do you mean?" "Wes," I answered, because once the sentence begins it is almost more humiliating to make it wander than to let it arrive. A silence followed. Not empty. Not afraid exactly. The kind of silence in which life alters its shape without yet asking permission from language to explain how. At last he said, "Are you certain?" "No." The answer came more sharply than I intended and I softened at once. "No. Not certain. Only afraid enough to think certainty may not be far behind." The corner of his mouth moved, though not into a smile. That is a severe way to announce hope. Is it hope? He looked at me then with something so raw and controlled at once that it made me lower my eyes. He said, "Wes, it is hope." I ought to have been comforted by that. I was, and not at all. Because the word did not arrive in innocence. Nothing in my life had remained innocent once England had laid its hands upon it. Hope now did not mean only child. It meant consequence. It meant visibility. It meant that every question surrounding our marriage might soon sharpen into something no longer theoretical. I rose and crossed to the window, because sitting still had become unbearable. Outside, the day was pale and decent, and wholly undeserving of the violence it did me. A carriage passed at measured pace. One of the gardeners moved beyond the farther path with his ordinary concentration upon ordinary things. All the world seemed to continue under the assumption that women receive life, changing knowledge in gracious harmony with the weather. "It is too soon," I said. "For certainty." "Oh, for this." I turned to look at him. "Do you not see? I had thought the second ceremony might buy us some little breathing space. A few weeks perhaps. A season in which to be merely married. And now?" He stood, but did not yet come near. "And now? If I am right, there will be no merely anything again." The words hung between us with a weight I had not expected to hear in my own voice. He did not answer at once. Perhaps because he knew I was right. A child, if a child there was, would not simply deepen happiness. It would change the order of every fear. Love might still remain private in one sense, but motherhood never does where rank, title, and legitimacy stand waiting at the door. He said, "I know, at last." "No, you know one half of it." He accepted that too. The body teaches a woman very early that what begins within her will rarely be allowed to remain hers alone. If she is poor, it becomes labor and survival. If she is well born, it becomes lineage and scrutiny. In either case the same theft occurs by different hands. I pressed my hand against the window frame until the wood bit cool into my palm. "If it is true," I said, "they will begin counting before I have had time even to feel glad." At that he came nearer. "Wes," I said and turned fully toward him. "The world, England, family, law. Every person who thinks a woman with a child inside her has ceased to be singular, and become instead a promise for other people." Augusta. No. Let me say it while I still can say it only to you. My throat tightened so suddenly that I had to stop, breathe, and begin again. "If I am carrying your child, I want 1 hour to think of it first as ours and not as argument." He was very still then. "That hour is yours." I almost laughed at the impossibility of it. No hour is ours entirely now. Then what remains of one is. This is the kind of answer that saves a woman and breaks her heart in the same instant. Because it concedes everything and still offers loyalty where solution cannot be offered. I sat again after that. Not because I had found peace, but because my body seemed suddenly heavier than before. As if merely speaking the possibility had altered the arrangement of my strength. He knelt beside the chair rather than take the one opposite. That humility in him. That refusal to stand over me when my whole life was already in danger of being stood over by larger powers, touched me so deeply that for a moment I could not bear to look at him. He said, "If it is true, we shall protect you as far as we can." There it was, the old phrase, protect you. I ought perhaps to have bristled at it. In another man I might have done. But he did not speak like one claiming mastery over my fate. He spoke like a man already conscious of how little mastery he might actually possess, and therefore all the more determined to spend what little there was faithfully. "It will not be me alone," I said. "No. The child also, yes. And the marriage." At that he lifted his eyes fully to mine. Yes, that was the true center. Not joy alone, not fear alone. The three of them braided together now beyond hope of separation. My body, if it had indeed conceived, had made our private vow more dangerous and more indisputable at once. What had been argued as sentiment might now be measured as succession, legitimacy, inheritance, public meaning. I did not yet know enough of the exact forms these future injuries might take. I only knew they were coming nearer. The next week confirmed what I had already begun to understand. I said nothing outside our rooms at first. Nor did he. We were cautious, perhaps absurdly so, over a thing that could not long be hidden if it proved true. Yet caution was a comfort in itself. It gave us the illusion, for a few days more, that the future might still be approached by choice instead of discovery. Those days were among the strangest of my life. Everything ordinary became charged. A meal, a stare, a drive, the placing of a shawl about my shoulders, a sudden weariness in the afternoon. Every small bodily fact seemed to carry two meanings at once, one domestic, one historical. I would sit by the fire and feel not only fatigue, but consequence. I would walk in the garden and think not of the path, but of what might already be beginning invisibly within me, and how little of it the world would leave untouched. If it learned the truth, I began to understand then how cruelly women are situated between private and public life. Men talk as though the great political and legal matters belong properly to them, and perhaps in the sight of the law they do. Yet let a woman's body take up one of those matters and see how quickly the supposed distinction collapses. Her pulse becomes policy. Her fatigue becomes future. Her marriage becomes document. Her child becomes claim. No one says these things in drawing rooms, of course. They say instead that she must take care. I had not yet spoken even to my aunt, though I suspect by then she had begun forming some impression that my spirits were altered. Older women notice before they admit noticing. They carry whole maps of female life behind their eyes and rarely announce what road they have recognized until the traveler herself has stumbled far enough into it that silence would become cruelty. One afternoon she observed, with a careful casualness I knew too well to be deceived by, that I looked less inclined to society than usual. "I think society looks less inclined to me," I answered. She made some soft sound halfway between amusement and concern. "You should not sit so much alone." "I do not sit alone." "No, not literally." She paused, setting aside the card she had been pretending to examine. "But one may be surrounded, and still look as though some new thought has taken possession." That startled me more than it ought to have done, because it was true. A new thought had taken possession. Not by violence, but inevitability. If the body confirms hope, hope becomes pressure at once. There is no separate stage in between for women like me. I answered with as much coolness as I could manage. "Perhaps I have grown reflective," she said. "Reflection is all very well, so long as it does not become secrecy." At that my whole face must have betrayed something, for she lowered her eyes immediately, as if to spare me the humiliation of feeling caught. "I do not mean," she added, "to press where I am not invited," I said. "Only to warn. Perhaps." Again that female mercy which is mercy only, because it has had so much practice in moving under doors that are shut to men. I changed the subject. She let me. Yet the exchange remained with me afterward because it taught me that even before the body announces itself plainly, secrecy has a smell to other women. They may not know its exact name. They know its weather. That evening, when Augustus found me quieter than usual, he asked whether something had happened. "My aunt has begun suspecting, I think, too much." He almost smiled. "A dangerous diagnosis. She may be right. And is there a remedy?" "West." I looked at him. Certainty. The word darkened him rather than brightened. We had both been waiting for it. We had both dreaded it in the same measure we desired it. Once certainty arrived, the hour of private speculation would end. The future would cease to be a whisper between us and become a condition requiring response. He asked, "And if certainty comes?" "Then," I said, "we shall discover whether England means to leave me a wife or turn me into a question." He came nearer, then stopped. "You are not a question to me." No. But that, I was beginning to learn, was no longer enough to keep the world from asking its own. Some days later, when the signs in my body had sharpened beyond any honest denial, I sat alone for several minutes before sending for him. I remember the room exactly. The half-drawn curtain, the table with a book left face down beside it, the particular angle of late light across the carpet, everything too ordinary for the sentence I was preparing to speak. When he entered, he knew at once. I do not know how men know certain things when women imagine themselves still half hidden, perhaps because concealment changes the whole air around a body long before language catches up. "You are sure?" It was not a question. "As sure," I said, he said, "as a woman can be before the rest of the world begins assisting her with certainty." Nothing. For one heartbeat I thought he had not heard. Then he crossed the room in 2 strides and stopped before touching me, as if even joy required permission in the face of all that else was bound up with it. "Augusta, there are times when one's own name spoken by the right person contains more reverence than a prayer." Yes. And then, because if I did not speak the whole truth at once it would poison the room with incompletion, I added, "Why am afraid?" He did not answer by telling me not to be. There is no swifter way to make fear feel both foolish and abandoned. Instead he said, "So am I." That was the moment I believed we might actually survive one another's honesty. I do not mean the law. I do not mean England. I mean marriage itself. The private alliance by which 2 people agree not merely to share joy, but to look at the same danger and name it without flinching. I stood then, and he took me into his arms with such care that tenderness itself seemed to hesitate before touching me too hard. I rested my head against him and felt, for one brief blessed interval, only the simplest truth of it. We had made life. Not argument, not scandal, not legal difficulty, life. And then, almost immediately after, the second truth followed. That life would be weighed by others the moment they heard of it. I drew back first. He must have felt the change in me because he did not try to hold me longer than I could bear. "What is it?" I looked up at him. "It is no longer only our marriage they may attack." The silence after that was deep and complete. He understood. If a woman fears for herself alone, she may still be called proud, emotional, difficult. If she fears for her child, the whole world suddenly discovers a taste for calling her practical. Yet what I felt then was beyond both. It was the first sharp knowledge that if our union were questioned, I should bear the question not merely in reputation or in legal phrasing, but in flesh, in the naming of a child, in the whole future of someone who had not asked to be born inside uncertainty. I sat again because my knees had weakened without warning. He remained standing for a moment, then bent and took my hand. "We will not let them harm you." I gave a faint, humorless smile. "They already do. Only not yet in ways they must answer for." He closed his eyes briefly. There was no comfort left after that which did not carry fear inside it. Yet fear itself had changed quality. It was no longer only the fear of being denied, corrected, or spoken over. It had become maternal before I had even become visibly so. Protective, sharp, suspicious of every outer structure that might one day pretend to ride over what had begun between us in love. By the time night fully came, I knew with a clarity so exact it felt like cold water poured over the whole chapter of my life that the second marriage had not bought us rest. It had only raised the stakes. Because now, if England attacked our union, it would not be humiliating only to me, or injurious only to him. It would fall first and hardest upon the child I carried. And I understood, with a dread more adult than any I had known before, that whatever came next, I would bear the public weight of our love in ways no man ever could. Chapter 3. The Law Against the Wife. Pregnancy altered the house before it altered the world. That is the cruelty of such news in lives like ours. One does not pass cleanly from private knowledge into public fact. There is an interval in between, and in that interval everything begins to change while nothing can yet be admitted plain enough to defend. The rooms grow watchful. Servants become gentler without being told why. A husband listens more sharply when one moves. A wife, meanwhile, discovers that the body has begun carrying two contrary truths at once: hope and exposure. For a little while we told ourselves that silence might preserve us. Not forever. Neither of us was foolish enough to believe that. But a little while longer, perhaps. Enough to let me grow used to the thought before other people's hopes and fears seized it from me. Enough to give Augustus and me some brief span in which the child might still belong chiefly to love, and not yet to lineage law, or the monstrous curiosity of England. Those days were sweeter than peace and more fragile. I moved through them as one moves through a room full of glass one has not arranged and dares not brush against too carelessly. Every hour felt newly weighted. Not slower, exactly. Only more exacting. I noticed my own body with an attention that would once have embarrassed me. Fatigue arrived differently. Hunger came sharply and vanished just as quickly. Morning seemed to begin deeper in the blood than before. Even the shape of fear altered. It no longer approached me only from the outside in the form of letters, names, titles, and possible disapproval. It lived within me now too, not as terror, but as vigilance. There are few conditions more exhausting than carrying happiness that must already be defended. For a short time, however, the defense remained mostly inward. Augustus was careful in a way that touched me almost beyond bearing. He did not crowd me with concern, which would have turned tenderness into management, before the world had had time to do it for him. Instead he watched, listened, adjusted. If a room seemed too warm, it altered. If a drive felt too long, the next one shortened. If I tired more quickly, he noticed before I spoke and asked only once. Such care is rare in men and rarer still in men who have not yet that women can be injured by over-attention as thoroughly as by neglect. I should have been happier. Often I was. In certain hours, very nearly entirely so. A morning by the fire with only one book open between us, and no need to pretend interest in it. A late breakfast when the coffee no longer offended me and I could almost laugh at my own former aversion. The sight of his face changing, even now, whenever the thought of the child reached him unexpectedly. Not into vanity. Never that. Into wonder, but controlled, as if he feared the future might hear too much hope in his breathing and punish him for it. Those hours existed. They merely did not exist alone. Because under them, increasingly, another current had begun to move. At first it took the form of small interruptions. A message delivered sooner than expected. A servant's expression, altered very slightly when my maid asked that breakfast be delayed. A note from one of Augustus's circle requesting a private conversation. Hot convenience. Which in our world meant difficulty dressed in gloves. None of these things, taken singly, would have justified alarm. Alarm grows in women precisely because we are so often required to read from fragments what men will later have the luxury of hearing stated in whole. I began, therefore, to read. I saw how Augustus's face changed when certain papers arrived. Not the old open gravity I knew from Rome and from those first English weeks, but something narrower, more inward. I noticed that he twice left the room with letters unopened in my presence and returned with them folded differently than before. Once, when he thought me occupied with embroidery, I caught the name of the king spoken in a tone so carefully level that I set down the work at once without meaning to. He looked up. I looked down again too late. There are moments in marriage when silence becomes more revealing than confession. That evening I said nothing until after dinner. Not because I doubted him, because doubt had been replaced by something worse and more loyal. I trusted him too much to force the matter out of him, before he had chosen the form in which truth should be brought to me. Yet trust is not peace. Trust only changes the shape of anxiety. Instead of fearing deceit, One fears sorrow measured and prepared for one's hearing. We were alone at last in the smaller room. The weather had turned colder that week, and the fire there had become not only comfort but necessity. The lamps were low. A servant had just withdrawn after setting down tea. I had scarcely touched mine. Augustus stood by the mantel with one hand resting upon it, though the pose did not suggest ease. Men who are troubled often choose furniture for discipline when they no longer quite trust the body to conceal the mind. "You have had news," I said. He did not pretend ignorance. "Yes." "Bad." He hesitated. That was answer enough. I kept my voice even. "Then give it to me plainly." He turned fully toward me. "I would rather not give it to you at all. That means it has already entered the house whether spoken or not." A faint, pained shadow crossed his face. "Wes." I set down the cup because my hand had begun to tremble. "What is it?" For one moment he said nothing, and I saw with a strange detached clarity that he was not searching for words, because there were none. He was searching for words, because all those available were already injuries. He said, "At present at last, it is only pressure." I almost smiled at the poverty of the phrase, only pressure. How generous of England. Augusta. No. Say the rest. He came nearer then, though still with that same care I had come to rely upon. Questions are being asked. By whom? He gave a short breath. By everyone who has a mind to fear or object. That includes too many people to be useful, Da. I know. I stood and went to the window, not because there was anything to see, but because the body seeks distance when thought cannot immediately bear its own stillness. Outside, night had gathered in the garden. The glass gave back only a vague reflection of the room behind me, and my own face blurred into the darkness beyond it. Do they know? Not all, not in one form, but enough is being said. The child moved then, or perhaps I only imagined the sensation, because the whole future had suddenly become bodily again beneath his words. I pressed one hand lightly below my waist, not from display, but from instinct. About the marriage, yes. The word came after a pause too short for comfort and too long for dismissal. And what is being said? He answered more quickly now, perhaps because once the gate is opened, truth rushes through with less ceremony than one feared. That Rome may not stand. That the matter should never have proceeded without sanction. That the second ceremony has made things not quieter, but harder to ignore. I turned back toward him. Harder to ignore. Of course, all our care, all our solemnity, all our belief that England's forms might at least make the marriage more difficult to set aside. Perhaps they had merely forced the matter into the open where larger hands could better take hold of it. And who, I asked, means to take hold? The question is not yet formal. No, I said, only dangerous. His silence admitted it. I crossed back from the window and sat again, because I suddenly felt too heavy to stand. Pregnancy had taught me already that emotion now traveled through the body with more complete authority than before. Fear was no longer merely a condition of thought. It had weight. It reached the knees, the pulse, the breath. I said more quietly, "Do they mean to deny it?" He came and sat opposite me. "There are few cruelties greater than seeing pity in the eyes of the man one loves when pity is not condescension but a helpless fellow feeling," he said. "They mean," carefully, "to examine it." That was worse in some ways than denial would have been. Examination implies uncertainty. It makes a woman's life into a problem for other people to handle at leisure. A thing denied at least has the honesty of force. A thing examined is held under light, turned, questioned, discussed, and only afterward perhaps destroyed, with all the appearance of due consideration. I laughed then, though without amusement. How civil. He leaned forward slightly. "Augusta." "No. Let me have that at least. If they are to inspect my marriage as though it were some doubtful article, brought improperly through customs, I may surely laugh at the delicacy of the process." He did not rebuke me. Again, that was his grace. He had never yet answered female bitterness with male reasonableness, that most offensive of all domestic habits. Instead he said, "I do not think this will remain civil." That sobered me at once. The room felt colder, though the fire had not changed. What do they want? Consent, authority, grounds. a means of saying what can stand and what cannot. There it was, then. The old world, the whole one I had married against and tried since to live within. Returning now to assert that vows and affection and church itself might still prove secondary if the correct permission had not been secured first. And the child? I asked. The words escaped before I had decided to speak them. His expression changed more sharply than at any point before. That answered me too. Thee do not yet know. Not yet. I put my hand flat against the arm of the chair because otherwise I thought I might rise and begin pacing, which would have solved nothing and spent strength I could no longer waste so freely. Thee will, yes, and when they do. He looked at me with such pain that I wished I had not asked. No, that is not true. I wished only that the world had not arranged the question in such a way that he must answer it. Then everything becomes harder. Harder? Another of those English words that carry catastrophe in a tone suitable for weather. I closed my eyes for one brief moment. When I opened them, I said, "Tell me what you think, not what they think." He did not answer immediately. This time the pause was different. Not evasion. Conscience, he said. At present. I think they are trying to determine whether what has been done can be made to yield to the law without too much open scandal. A woman may hear a sentence and know, before she has parsed all its parts, which word is intended to wound her most. It was not law. Law had hovered over us from the beginning like a distant storm one sees too early to forget. It was not scandal, though scandal always hangs ready to feed where rank is involved. It was yield, as if our marriage were some living thing to be bent until it no longer stood as it had first grown. I asked, and, if it does not yield? He held my gaze. Thee may try to declare what it is, and what it is not. That was when I understood for the first time, not abstractly but with the full bodily chill of knowledge, that the law might approach the very center of my married life and presume the right to define it. Not only to punish, to define. A church had spoken over us. I had spoken. He had spoken. Yet some further hand might still descend and say, this counts, this does not, this stands, this falls, this woman is wife, this woman is not. I think, for a few seconds after that I could not hear the room at all. Then everything returned too loudly. The crack in the fire, the tiny settling of a saucer on the tray, the faint murmur of wind at the window. The whole world suddenly offensive in its continuation. No, I said. It was not an argument. Only refusal from a depth words had not yet fully reached. He came nearer then and took my hands, both of them, because one was no longer enough to steady me. No, I said again, looking at him now. Thee cannot. His thumbs moved very slightly against my fingers. Thee may try, I am your wife. Wes. I stood in Rome. Wes. I stood in Hanover Square. Wes. Every answer the same, every answer utterly true. Every answer powerless by itself against the machinery assembling beyond the room. I pulled one hand free, and pressed it briefly against my mouth, then against the place just below my ribs where fear now seemed to rise from. And I carry your child. At that, his face altered in a way I had not yet seen fully in him. Not fear alone. Not anger. Something more wounded than either. Because that was the point at which the question ceased being merely about him, about me, even about marriage in some abstract, honorable sense, and became about the life already taking shape between us. I know. Do they mean to examine that too? He said no, quickly, then more slowly, not yet, not yet. How quickly those two words can ruin a room. I stood then because I could not bear sitting under them any longer. This time I did pace. Once only at first, then again, one hand still low over my body as if the gesture itself might protect what it certainly could not. He rose, but did not stop me. Thee cannot make this a question, I said. Thee cannot call into doubt what already exists. They cannot. Augusta, I turned sharply. He did not speak loudly. He did not need to. His face held enough gravity for both of us. Thee can do very much. That sentence, so simply spoken, contained the whole cruelty of rank. They can do very much. Kings, larts, families, priests, men with papers and phrases and respectable caution. They can do very much to a woman's reality while still using the language of order, principle, national need, paternal authority, proper restraint. I sank back into the chair because all at once the room seemed to tilt. He came beside me then rather than opposite. I said, without looking at him, I hate them. This was childish and unworthy and wholly true. I know. He said, I hate every person who thinks that because you are the king's son he may put his hand between my vows and call the act decent. Nothing. I hate. I went on, more quietly now because fury had already begun breaking into something more dangerous. That I must be afraid not only for myself, but for the child. That what began in love may now be taken up in argument before it has even come to light. He sat very still beside me. After a moment he said, I would spare you this if I could. I laughed once. It came out broken. No one can spare a woman the shape of the world she has married into. He bowed his head slightly. That was perhaps the deepest truth of my life then. Not that I regretted him. Never that. But that love does not exempt a woman from the structures surrounding the man she chooses. She marries not only his tenderness, but his laws, his family, his obligations, his enemies, his silences, and every larger power that claims a say over his future. A prince's wife, or a woman who believes herself one, marries a nation's appetite for control, whether she consented to the extra vows or not. We sat a long while after that without speaking much. The fire sank lower. Lamps were brought and arranged. The house moved on around us with all its ordinary discretion. Yet inside me nothing was ordinary any longer. The child had changed the stakes before the law arrived. Now, the law had begun moving toward us before the child was even visible. I knew, as women often know without wanting to know, that life had entered another chapter before I was ready to turn the page. Later, when we parted for the night, I stood alone in my room for some moments without calling my maid. I wanted one little interval in which no one might look at me, touch me, advise me, or ask what I wished done next. I rested both hands over my body and tried to imagine what kind of mother I could be, if the world first insisted on questioning whether I was properly wife. No answer came. Only a colder understanding. The danger had crossed the threshold at last. Until now, secrecy had mostly guarded desire. From this point forward, secrecy and law would begin fighting over my name, my marriage, and the child I carried beneath both. The law entered my marriage first as a document. Until then it had been atmosphere. Pressure in the next room. Questions carried in lowered voices. A change in Augustus's face when certain letters arrived. The sensation of something large assembling itself beyond our sight and preparing, with all due dignity, to lay hold of what had begun between us in secrecy and sacrament. But atmosphere can still be denied. If only for an hour, a document cannot. It came on a wet afternoon when the whole house seemed reduced by weather to a smaller, closer world of fires, lamps, and muffled movement. Rain had been falling since morning, not violently, only with that relentless English persistence, makes even respectable comfort feel a little like confinement. I had spent much of the day in the smaller room, not reading the book open on my lap, and not quite sewing either, because both occupations had become lately the refuge of people whose minds are working too hard elsewhere. I heard Augustus before I saw him. Not his voice. His step. One learns the step of the person one loves with humiliating speed. The ear distinguishes what the mind cannot yet afford to name. Usually his entrance carried a certain contained steadiness, even when he was troubled. This time there was something different in it. Not hurry. Haste has a lighter sound. This was weight. He came in with a folded paper in his hand, and stopped when he saw that I was alone. It is strange how quickly fear grows civilized. Once, in girlhood, I had thought fear a wild thing, all racing pulse and disorder. As a married woman I learned it can be perfectly mannered. It can sit up straight in a chair, set a ribbon in order, and say, before anyone else has spoken, I think that paper concerns my life. I closed the book. What is it? He did not answer at once. That answer I knew already. He crossed the room and gave me the paper not as one hands over a note or ordinary letter, but as if the thing itself carried more force than his fingers wished to transmit too bluntly. I took it. The seal had already been broken. he said. Read it. I looked at him before looking down. There are moments when one searches a beloved face not for comfort, but for measure. How bad? How certain? How much of the future has already crossed the threshold? I saw enough in him to know that whatever I was about to read had passed beyond mere warning. The language of such papers always offends me. Its smoothness, its confidence, the way enormous violations of ordinary human feeling are advanced under phrases so temperate they might concern the repair of church benches or the ordering of silver. It referred, in substance if not precisely in the language that remained afterward in my memory, to the law governing marriages in the royal family: consent, validity, prohibition, nullity. The word that fixed itself like ice in me was void. Not disapproved. Not inconvenient. Not irregular in some lesser fashionable sense. Void. I read the line twice because the eye refused it the first time. Void. I said aloud. The room felt at once too warm and not warm enough. Augustus was watching me with that stillness people mistake for strength when often it is only the body's last decent defense against visible grief. Yes. I looked down again. A daughter may be scalded. A woman may be judged. A wife may be treated coldly. All these injuries still allow her reality. But void is another order of cruelty altogether. It does not merely threaten punishment. It threatens erasure. It says, what you have lived does not count because it was not first permitted by the correct authority. My hand began to tremble. I folded the paper carefully because to crumple it would have felt childish, and because there are moments when the only dignity left a woman is the dignity of precise fingers. So that is their word for me, he said. It is their word for the marriage. I looked up at once. He said, do not soften it. If the marriage is void, then what am I meant to be? Nothing. No answer was possible. Or rather, too many were, and all of them injuries. I rose. The room was no larger than it had been a quarter of an hour before, but it seemed impossible now to remain sitting in it, like some meek domestic creature, while the law outside had just informed me that the central truth of my life might be declared non-existent. Thee cannot, I said. My voice was very calm. I distrust myself most when I am very calm. Thee may try, he answered. They may try, I repeated. And after they have tried, what? Shall I become unmarried by command? Shall the church forget me? Shall my body be instructed to return what it has already conceived, because someone at court has found the proper clause? He came nearer, not to still me, but because the distance between us had grown unbearable now that a third presence, colder than any person, and more powerful than most, had entered the marriage openly. This is not decided. No, I held up the folded paper. Then, why does it already sound like sentence? Because they write like men who think law and outcome are the same. That might have been bitter in another man. In Augustus it sounded only exact. I turned from him and went to the fire, though what I wanted was not warmth but an object in the room that still obeyed ordinary reality. Coal, flame, brass, heat. Things that did not change their nature, because a king had once signed an act and the kingdom had since agreed to kneel before it. For some moments neither of us spoke. Rain touched the windows. A servant passed in the corridor outside and did not pause. Somewhere below, a door opened and shut with the usual care. The house, like England itself, continued efficiently while my marriage stood on the edge of being argued out of existence. At length I said, tell me the whole of it. He did. Not as a lawyer would have done, God be thanked. Not in heavy recital of clauses. But enough. Enough that the shape of the thing became plain. The Royal Marriages Act. The necessity of the sovereign's consent. The fact that as a son of the king, Augustus could not marry as other men did. Or rather, he could marry in body, church vow and conscience, but not in the eye of the law unless power first descended to bless the choice. Without that, the law might call what had been solemnly done no marriage at all. I listened to him and felt, with a horror almost philosophical in its purity, that I was being educated in the manner by which states defend themselves against women. Not by striking them in the street. Not by dramatic cruelty. By classification. By deciding what counts. By saying, this ceremony is real, that one is nothing, This child is legitimate, that one is burdened with ambiguity, this woman is wife, that one is merely attached. When he had finished, I asked the question I think had been waiting under my tongue from the instant I read the word void. And did you know all this? He did not flinch. Not enough. Not fully. Not in time. There are truths that might have enraged me had they come in any other tone. Because he offered it without defense, it only deepened the sorrow. Not in time, I repeated. No. And now we must know exactly what they mean to do. I laughed then, softly and with no pleasure in it. That is a male sentence if ever I heard one. He looked at me. You think so, Wes? We must know what they mean to do. As if what they mean to do were the only thing that matters. I know already what they mean, Augustus. They mean to place themselves between me and the truth of my own life and call the act duty. He bowed his head slightly, the way he did, when my anger had struck precisely enough that resistance would only insult us both. He said, Wes, that is what they mean. If he had argued, I might have broken. There is a peculiar protection in being answered by honesty, when the whole world outside is busy preparing its dishonesty in polished forms. I crossed back from the fire and sat, because the child had made pacing a more costly luxury than before, and because I was suddenly aware of a great heaviness in my limbs that was not only emotion. He saw it at once. Are you tired? I am married, I said. That silenced him again. Then, because bitterness had become almost the only quick language left to me, I added, and with child. It seems an exhausting combination where kings are concerned. He moved to the chair opposite mine and sat, leaning forward slightly, his hands clasped between his knees in a posture I had come to recognize as the outward sign of inward strain. They do not know yet. No, I said. Only we do. Which means it is still real. At that his eyes lifted sharply to mine. The sentence had escaped me without preparation, but once said I knew it to be the center of everything. Only we know, which means it is still real, not because privacy makes truth, but because, once the world learns certain truths, it begins at once to put its own hands all over them, to alter their shape, to reinterpret them until they become public objects and lose the first innocence of private fact. If they take the marriage, I said slowly, they will not stop there. He understood without forcing me farther. Nuba. They will ask what is to be called legitimate, what is to be named, what is to be allowed.
Yes.
And what am I to do while they discuss it? Sit quietly and preserve my health while men consider whether the child inside me is to be publicly welcomed, tolerated, or treated as some consequence of disorder. His face changed then, and for the first time that afternoon anger showed in him plainly. Do not speak as if I would permit. You cannot permit anything, I said more sharply than I intended. The words struck him hard. I saw that at once. I put my hand over my eyes for one moment and forced myself back from the edge of becoming unfair. No, I said again, softer. Forgive me. That is not just. I know what you mean. But that is the whole cruelty of it, is it not? You are father, husband, prince, and still this law means to stand over us both as if we were children who have played too freely with forms. He did not answer for a moment. When he did, his voice had gone very low. I have never hated my birth more. That went through me more deeply than any grand declaration could have done. Because there, at last, was the truth beneath so much of our trouble. I had resented rank all my life in the female way, as the thing that arranges limits and watches. He had borne it in the male way, as training, expectation, perhaps burden. Now, we were meeting at the point where both burdens joined and discovered themselves enemies to the same happiness. I dropped my hand and looked at him. Do not say that. It is true. So is this. I leaned forward despite the tiredness in me. If you had been another man, there would have been no need of Rome. No need of Hanover Square. No need of papers informing me that I may be wife in God's sight and nothing at all in England's. He shut his eyes briefly. Exactly. We sat then in one of those silences marriage creates and no other relation can imitate. Not because nothing is felt. Because too much is. And both persons no language cannot presently carry it without spilling some part uselessly. At length I said, "What happens next?" That is the question women ask when the injury has passed through outrage and reached logistics. It is not that the outrage is over, only that it must now share the room with survival. There may be proceedings. The word sounded like a closed corridor. In what court? The court of arches may be invoked. May another of those deceitful little words that carry disaster with gloves on. And there they will decide whether I am wife or not. In effect, I leaned back slowly. No woman raised as I had been is entirely innocent of how much may be done to her by rooms she never enters. Decisions made by men who will never know the exact sound of her morning voice, never feel the child shift under her heart, never see the private tenderness by which her marriage actually lives. And yet those same men may take up pen and phrase and determine how she is to exist in the world afterward. The room seemed to darken though the lamps had not changed. In effect, I repeated, how considerate that they need not even say the whole obscenity aloud. He came around then and sat beside me rather than across from me, which was wiser. I had begun to feel as if the world were dividing us by language and distance both. I needed, more than speech at that moment, the argument of simple nearness. He took my hand. I let him. For a little while we remained so, saying almost nothing. The rain eased, then returned. The coals settled. A servant came and asked softly whether more tea should be brought. Augustus answered for us both. And the ordinary domesticity of the interruption nearly undid me. Because there it was again, the life the law meant to question. Tea, fired, shared silence, pregnancy, hand in hand. Nothing theatrical, nothing illicit in the moral sense. The plain fabric of marriage, and all of it vulnerable to being described by people who had not lived 1 hour of it. At last I said, I will not be spoken of as though I were merely some imprudent girl. He turned toward me. You shall not. No, I said with a kind of tired ferocity. You must hear me rightly. I do not mean that they must not insult me. They may and likely will. I mean I will not consent inwardly. I stood before God. I stood before the church twice. I carry your child. If they tell me I am nothing, then the lie belongs to them, not to me. For the first time since he entered with the paper, something like steadiness returned to his face. He said, "Wes." That yes mattered to me beyond reason. Because, when the law begins to define, one grows hungry for even one human witness who will not let one's own reality be named away. Marriage, I thought then, is perhaps this above all else. One soul standing beside another while the world attempts classification and saying, I know what you are, whatever they write. The evening went on. We dined little. Or I did. He pretended more successfully. Later, when the house had grown quieter and no further message had come, he brought me another paper, this one less brutal but somehow more wounding for the very reason that it was cautious. Notes about procedure, about what might be argued, about what was likely to be examined. One line referred to the marriage in Rome as alleged. I stared at that word for some seconds before I could speak. Alleged. He did not attempt to excuse it. It is their term. It is filth. Wes. Again that same grave honesty. I touched the page with one finger as if the word itself might soil the skin if handled too freely. Alleged. I said once more. As though I did not stand there. As though I did not speak. As though I have not lived every hour since, with the full knowledge of what I became that day. He took the paper from me very gently, folded it, and laid it aside. Do not look at it again tonight. I might have resisted in another mood. Instead I let the thing go. There comes a point in grief where even indignation grows physically tiring. Later, preparing for bed, I caught sight of myself in the glass and felt a shock so curious I almost mistook it for vanity. I still looked the same face, the same hair, though less carefully arranged by then, the same shoulders, the same mouth. Yet the law, somewhere beyond those walls, was already preparing to say that the self I had become inside that body might be empty in the eyes of England. How can a country bear so much unreality and still call itself ordered? I slept badly. When I did sleep, I dreamed of doors that opened into church aisles and courtrooms interchangeably, so that each time I thought I had reached one threshold, I found men waiting at the next to tell me the previous one had not counted. By morning I was too tired to cry and too proud to collapse. That, perhaps, was the point at which the Royal Marriages Act ceased being a distant historical fact and became, fully and irreversibly, the antagonist of my life. Not my father, not the king personally, not some one villain with a face convenient for outrage. The law itself, cold, paternal, orderly, designed to prevent disorder among princes and perfectly willing, in doing so, to make wives unreal. And I understood, as I sat by the fire while the day began and the child moved faintly within me, like a small living contradiction to every paper on Augustus's desk, that the battle before us was no longer only for love. It was for naming. For whether a woman could be morally bound, bodily altered, socially exposed, and still be told by England that none of it made her wife. After that, the house began learning how to insult me politely. No order was announced in my hearing. No solemn assembly of servants stood waiting to be instructed that the woman they had lately treated as wife must now be handled under some narrower description. England is too well bred for such coarse theatricalities. It injures by gradation, by omission, by the careful correction of one form of address into another, by the removal of those tiny assumptions out of which ordinary life is made. The first time it happened, I almost persuaded myself I had imagined it. A maid came with a question about linen and said, "Lady Augusta, would you prefer?" Then stopped. The pause was brief enough that a less attentive woman might have missed it. But I had lived too long under social weather not to feel a pressure drop in the space of a single altered title. Lady Augusta. Not Madam, not Mrs., not anything implying that the household had settled upon my marriage as an ordinary fact. Only myself returned to me, neatly reduced to the name I had borne before Rome, before Hanover Square, before the child under my heart, before all the altered inward architecture by which I had learned to think of myself as joined. I answered whatever she had asked. I do not remember what. The linen itself could have burned, and I should not have cared. When she had gone, I remained seated for some moments, one hand laid flat on the arm of the chair, the other against the work I had not touched. The insult was almost too refined to be angry at. That is what makes such insults so efficient. A woman may look foolish objecting to what appears merely accurate. Lady Augusta was my name. No lie had been spoken. And yet a truth had been withheld so deliberately that the whole room felt altered by its absence. Later that day I heard one of the footmen use the same form in speaking to another servant outside the drawing room. Lady Augusta is below. Not maliciously. Not even coldly. Only correctly. As the house was apparently beginning to understand correctness, I think that was when humiliation hardened into rage. Not loud rage. Rage is wasted if spent too early in rooms where one must continue living afterward. Something colder, more useful. The kind that teaches memory to keep exact account of every small erasure. When Augustus came in, I said at once, "Thee have begun." He knew before I explained. It was there in his face, not surprise, not yet. Only the confirmation of something he had been fearing and hoping to delay. Who? The house. He crossed the room and stood before the fire, though the day was not particularly cold. He always turned toward the hearth, when some thought him had grown too grave to carry carelessly through open space. What was said? Nothing one may condemn without seeming absurd. I rose, because sitting under it had become intolerable. That is the whole elegance of it. They injure me by correctness. I am Lady Augusta again, perfectly true. Entirely vicious. He looked at me steadily. "You are my wife." "Wes said," I said, "and they have begun learning how not to say so." He turned away from me then, not in dismissal, but because anger in him always seemed to pass first through silence before it acquired language. I gave no instruction. No. I let out a short breath. That may be the worst of it. No one needed to. England trains its servants in hierarchy so well that the law only has to glance in a direction and the whole household begins adjusting the furniture of one's life. He came back from the hearth and stood nearer. "I will speak to them." I almost laughed. "And say what?" That they must continue using forms the law now threatens to make improper. That the house is to behave according to the heart even if courts decline to follow. He was silent. There lay the whole cruelty again. He could defend me privately. He could rage. He could suffer. But the machinery gathering against us had already advanced beyond the point where mere domestic loyalty might shame it into retreat. I do not ask you to command language. I said more quietly, I only wish you to know what has begun. I know. No, I answered. You know in principle. I know in breath. In the sound of my own name returned to me like an eviction notice. That struck him. I saw it. He lowered his eyes briefly, then said, Tell me all of it. So the maid, the footman, the almost invisible shift in the household air. The way servants now seemed to pause a little before speaking, as if mentally sorting me through the new categories forming around the marriage. And underneath all that, the deeper wound. Not that they had called me by the wrong name. That there was under the eye of the law a wrong name at all. When I had finished, he said nothing for a moment. Then, "They are rehearsing." The word chilled me more than the facts had done. Yes, I said, exactly. Because that was what it felt like. Rehearsal, not the final performance of erasure, perhaps, but the first measured practice of it. The house, the world, all the little surrounding bodies of English life beginning to train themselves to act as if my marriage might be denied, and therefore must not be too deeply assumed in the meantime. Rehearsal. I sat again, suddenly tired. The child had made every strong feeling heavier than before. Grief no longer lived in the mind alone. It settled in the limbs. Rage carried its own bodily weight. Even indignation, once so brisk a companion to me, now moved more slowly, as though it too must consider the fact that it was no longer the sole inhabitant of my frame. Augustus came and sat opposite me. There may be worse to come. I know. The proceedings may force the matter into harder language. I know that too. What I did not know was whether I feared more the harder language or the softer. There is a brutality in law, certainly. But there is another brutality in the social adjustments made before law has even finished speaking. By the time sentence arrives, the world has often already practiced the forms by which it means to live with your injury. That evening, a letter came from a female relation whose affection had always been composed chiefly of propriety and concern for appearances. Her handwriting was so neat it felt moral. I knew before opening it that I should regret doing so. I was right. There was sympathy in it, or something meant to pass for sympathy. Concern for my delicacy. Anxiety about the confusion of current circumstances. A hope that prudence would guide all future conduct. Not one line of it openly cruel. Yet beneath every phrase ran the same intolerable current. A woman in my position must now think less of vindication and more of decorum. As if being legally threatened with non-existence ought chiefly to make me more charmingly resigned. And the form of address at the top was not Mrs. Sussex, nor anything resembling wife. It was Lady Augusta. There it stood, inked, formal, irrefutable in its intention. I carried the letter straight to Augustus and handed it to him without a word. He read it. His jaw changed before his expression did. "Well?" I asked when he had finished. "It is impertinent," I said. "It is England." He folded the paper carefully. Too carefully. "I am sorry." I was beginning to tire of the phrase and hated myself for that wariness because he meant it fully each time. But sorrow, however sincere, does not prevent repetition from wearing the nerves thin. "I do not want sorrow from everyone," I said. "I want one person, somewhere in this country, to speak as if reality mattered more than prudence." He looked at me. "Have that?" "Wes." I swallowed. "In you. And nowhere else I can safely count." That was the truth. It did not comfort me nearly enough. The following days grew worse by being more formal. The matter moved beyond letters and the atmosphere of rooms into consultation. Names I had not heard before now appeared often enough to become hateful. Advocates. Ecclesiastical opinion. The Court of Arches. Questions of validity. The sort of language which permits men to take hold of the deepest parts of a woman's life, while keeping their boots beautifully polished. I was not invited into those discussions. Of course not. No one said this openly. One does not tell a pregnant wife that men are deciding the condition of her marriage without her, because she is a woman, and because law has always preferred female consequences to female participation. Instead, the meetings took place elsewhere. Information reached me later, filtered through Augustus's conscience and affection. I was to be spared, which is another word English life uses when it means excluded. The first time he returned from one of those consultations, I knew at once that something had hardened. Not in him. Around us. He came in late, without coat or hat, because he had left both below in a haste uncommon to him, and for several seconds remained standing near the door as though the distance from there to me required greater strength than he had at command. I was seated by the window with some account book open and unread in my lap. What have they said? He came nearer slowly. That the question is straightforward in law. Straightforward. I shut the book. Then let me hear the crookedness in plain English. He flinched almost imperceptibly at the edge in my voice, but did not retreat from the truth. That without the king's consent. They believe the marriage cannot stand in law. Cannot stand. Another of those calm little phrases by which England brings women to ruin under a voice suitable for sermons. And Hanover Square. It changes less than we hoped. Less. I repeated. I stared at him. The room was very still. Outside, a carriage passed and went on. Somewhere in the house a tray was being moved. Every ordinary sound struck me with peculiar clarity, as if reality itself were trying to demonstrate that it continued unharmed while mine was under discussion. So I stood twice. I said at last, "And England still means to call me no wife at all." He came closer. "Not no wife." I laughed then, once, sharply. He said, Do not begin making distinctions softer than the truth. If the law refuses me, what am I to be? Your companion, your attachment, the mother of your child under a cloud of explanation. Which term would you prefer they use while pretending delicacy? Nothing. That silence told me more than any argument could have done. I stood and moved away from him, not far, only enough to keep from saying something I could not afterward bear to remember. The child had made my anger more dangerous now, because it exhausted me almost as soon as it rose. Even grief had to be managed like a physical expenditure. After a few moments I turned back. Did they say the word? What word? You know which. He did know. That was why his face altered before he answered. Wes. Then say it to me. Augusta. No, say it. He looked at me with real pain then, not resistance. Pain. Because he knew what it meant that I asked. I would rather be wounded by the exact word than by the softness men use when they hope to spare women, and in fact leave them trapped among euphemisms. He said, At present. Quietly, they say the marriage is void. There it was again. Void. And this time spoken by him, which somehow made it both more bearable and more devastating. Because now the word had crossed fully into the room between us. No longer rumor, no longer paper. His voice had brought it into our shared air. I sat down abruptly because all the strength had gone from my knees. He was beside me at once. I said more to myself than to him. I am wife enough for my body, it seems. Wife enough for fear. Wife enough for consequence. Only not for law. He took my hand. Do not say that. What not? It is exact. His grip tightened. Because the law is not the whole of reality. No, I said. Only the part that now means to arrange the rest. That was the central obscenity. Not that the law existed. That it presumed not merely to punish disobedience among princes, but to redefine the lived truth of women who had believed vows and church still meant something before God. I looked at him. Will they strip the child too? He closed his eyes briefly. Do not speak of that yet, I repeated. There is the whole country in one syllable. He did not argue. We sat for a long while. After that, in one of those exhausted stillnesses that come only when grief and rage have spent the first violence of themselves and settled into something colder. I leaned back and let my head rest against the chair, one hand still in his, the other over the child. It struck me suddenly with great force that I was already protecting someone whom the law had not yet formally reached, and was nevertheless casting its shadow over. This was how public life entered the womb. Not with armies, with documents. At length Augustus said, "You must not think yourself alone in this." I turned my head toward him. "Must I not? You know what I mean?" "Wes," I said, "I know you suffer, but you will still remain yourself in the world. Your name will not vanish. Your sex will not make them treat you as though your reality can be tidied away into some lesser form. They may accuse you. They may constrain you. They may wound you. But they will not make you socially unreal in the exact fashion they mean to make me." He heard that. Truly heard it. I saw in his face that the truth had found its mark, and because it had, he did not defend himself. He said, "No, at last. Not in the same way." That answer saved us from a worse quarrel, because marriage can survive much. It survives least well. Yet a man insists too strongly upon sameness, where woman and man are being injured differently by the same event. The next morning the house produced the final proof that rehearsal had deepened into practice. A box arrived with cards that had been engraved before all this difficulty ripened fully, and must now, it seemed, be corrected. One of the household women brought them with that dutiful uncertainty servants wear when they know an object may matter far more than its material justifies. I was told, "My lady." Then she stopped. "My lady, not wife, not missus, not any settled form. Only the safest possible ambiguity." I took the cards. The name upon them had been altered. I will not say by whose exact order. I never learned. Perhaps no single order existed. Perhaps the engraver, the steward, the house, the whole trained instinct of English propriety had together arrived at the correction without anyone needing to speak it aloud. What had first been prepared in one style now stood in another, stripped back from the married claim toward the safer, colder fact of birth. It was only paper. It cut like steel. I dismissed the servant kindly enough, because by then I had learned that women in service are made to carry the shame of higher decisions too often already, and I would not add mine to theirs if I could help it. Then I sat staring at the cards until the letters blurred. When Augustus found me so, he did not ask what had happened. He saw. He took one of the cards, looked at it, set it down again. For several moments no one spoke. Then I said, "They are practicing how to live after I have been erased." He looked at me with such naked grief that I almost reached to comfort him before remembering I was the one being erased. He said, "I will not let that stand." But even as he said it, we both knew how little of this any one man now controlled. The cards lay between us. A small object. Corrected ink. Nothing, perhaps, in the eye of anyone not already under sentence from the law. To me they were prophecy. Because once society begins adjusting the paper forms of your identity, it has already begun teaching itself how to speak of your life as though the core of it never truly was what you know it to have been. And I understood then, with a chill so complete it seemed to settle not only in my thoughts but around the child within me, that the nullification crisis was no longer approaching. It had entered the house. And England had begun, line by line, title by title, to rehearse the wife out of me. After that, I began to understand what it means for a decision to arrive before it is fully spoken. No herald came. No magistrate stood in my drawing room and declared me undone. There was only the gradual thickening of certainty in the air. Augustus was called out more often. Letters multiplied. Those who wrote to me wrote now with a care so studied that every sentence seemed already to anticipate a future in which my dignity might need to survive on phrasing alone. Even the house, which had once still tried to preserve me inside ordinary assumptions, had grown more disciplined in its caution. My marriage was beginning to disappear socially before the law had finished pronouncing upon it. That was perhaps the bitterest discovery of all. People think ruin begins with judgment. It does not. Judgment only gives permission to what the world has already begun practicing in whispers. The days that followed did not pass in dramatic scenes. They passed in injuries. A lady who had once spoken to me with the easy warmth reserved for women securely placed now addressed me with a sympathy so careful that every word seemed wrapped in cotton lest the truth underneath cut too openly. A note arrived concerning some household matter, and was directed to me in a form neither intimate nor fully married, as though the writer hoped to avoid offense by keeping me suspended between categories. A woman I had never liked but had tolerated easily enough in better days sent a message full of Christian feeling and worldly caution, urging calm, prudence, and an attention to health so fervent that it amounted to a prayer that I not complicate matters further by visibly suffering. I began to hate concern almost as much as the law. Concern permits everyone to feel human while joining the process that makes humanity necessary. The child moved more strongly by then. That fact, more than any letter or title or legal phrase, kept me from yielding entirely to abstraction. The law may wish to treat a marriage as argument. The body refuses. It continues. It changes. It carries consequence in silence while men dispute categories over tables polished by other hands. There were moments when I would place both palms against myself and think with cold wonder. You may void words on paper, but what do you mean to do with this? No answer came that did not horrify me. At first Augustus still tried to spare me the full language of what was being prepared. Not by deceit. He had never yet lied to me where truth mattered. Rather by measure. He chose what to bring me and what to delay, as if timing itself might reduce pain. I let him do it for longer than pride approved, because by then I had begun to understand that love, too, sometimes needs its small evasions in order not to drown. But there comes a point at which knowledge becomes worse than sentence. That point arrived one evening when he returned late, long after the lamps had been lit, and stood in the doorway with such exhaustion in his face that every remaining fiction in me gave way at once. "What is it?" I asked. He closed the door behind him before answering. That frightened me more than the expression itself. He crossed the room slowly. I had been sitting by the fire, because the hour and my own body both required warmth now in ways I had never before respected. The room glowed quietly. Everything in it looked domestic, settled, protected. It seemed impossible that law could enter such a room and still call itself decent. Yet it had already done so. He said, "Do you mean to proceed?" I stared at him. Proceed. The word came out flatly, as if I were repeating some piece of household business badly heard. "Yes." "In what form?" He stopped before me and rested one hand on the back of the chair opposite mine. For a moment, I thought he would not answer directly. Then he said the thing at last in the plainest form I had yet been given. "They mean to have the marriage declared void." There it was. Not possibility now. Not consultation. Not examination. Intention. I had imagined, when the sentence finally came stripped of all gentler wrappings, that I should weep or rage or perhaps collapse into some female excess, later used against me as further evidence of instability. Instead I felt only a terrible clarity. The whole long approach of the thing had worn me so thin that, when it finally reached me, it passed cleanly into place like a blade entering exactly where the flesh had already been cut. "Declared," I said. "Wes." As if it had never truly existed. He did not answer. Again that was answer enough. I rose from my chair because I could not bear to remain seated under the full weight of that phrase. The child made rising slower now, more deliberate, but fear can lend force even to altered movement. I crossed to the mantel and stood there looking into the fire as if the coals might arrange themselves into some more livable meaning. "Behind me," he said, very quietly, "Augusta." No bow. The word came before I had properly formed it. Not refusal of him. Refusal of comfort. If he had come to me too soon in that instant, I think I should have broken in a way that would have left me despising my own weakness afterward. So I stood where I was and forced myself to ask the next necessary question. "And when? Soon?" "How soon?" He hesitated. I turned. "How soon?" "I cannot give you the day with certainty." I almost smiled at the elegance of male inability. Even catastrophe must be gentlemanly if possible, but near enough that everyone has already begun behaving as if the outcome were settled. I said, "Yes." "Then why should I pretend otherwise?" He crossed the room then, not to stop me, but because whatever distance I had demanded a moment before had already become useless. "You need not pretend anything." "No." I looked at him. "Then let me say it plainly. They mean to tell England I am no wife. They mean to take a church vow, a husband, a child, and call all of it less authoritative than a consent never asked. And, after they have done that, I am expected to keep my health and my temper, because female collapse would only improve the spectacle. He closed his eyes briefly. He said, "Wes, there are moments when agreement wounds more deeply than opposition, because it leaves one nowhere to put one's anger except into the structure itself. And structures cannot be shouted down by one woman in a drawing room." I turned away from him again, not in drama, only because I needed some object in the room that had not begun betraying me. The fire remained fire. The brass remained brass. Everything else had acquired a doubleness impossible to bear. "I should like," I said after a moment, "to know what, precisely, they imagine becomes of me afterward." He was silent. That silence is very eloquent. "I do not know." "You know enough." I faced him again. "Do I return to being simply Lady Augusta, with a peculiar history best not mentioned too directly in company? Do they expect me to carry your child as if it were an inconvenience arising from misapprehension? Am I to grieve the loss of my marriage while still living inside it?" His face changed with each question, not because he had not thought them, but because hearing them in my voice made them harder to endure. "Thee cannot separate us by word alone." Cannot they?" I asked. "Words are doing a very great deal already." That was true. The letters, the altered titles, the hesitations in the house, the cautious pity of women, and the administrative sobriety of men. Word by word they were already preparing the world to receive me in a reduced form. He came nearer still. "Listen to me. Whatever they say, whatever is declared, none of it makes Rome untrue." At that I laughed once, softly and with no joy in it. "Rome does not need their permission to be true." "I know that. You know that. God knows it. If he still troubles himself with women under English law. But England means to live otherwise. That is the point. Truth will remain, yes. And still they will build a whole social life around denying me its outward shelter." We stood looking at one another across that realization. Marriage, I thought then, is sometimes nothing but the shared knowledge of a truth the world has become too strong to honor. After a while he said, "There may still be some room." "For what?" "For appeal. For resistance. For delay." I said. He did not answer. Delay is the one mercy power offers when it has not yet decided whether to be openly cruel. I sat again because all my strength had begun to gather downward into weariness. The child was restless. Or perhaps I was only too keenly attentive to every movement by then. Pregnancy had made my body not softer, but more inhabited. Every strong feeling passed through it, with consequences now. Augustus drew a chair near mine, but did not sit until I looked at him and gave the slightest sign that I could bear another human presence within the circle of my hurt. He sat. For some moments the room held only the sounds of ordinary evening. The settling fire. Rain beginning once more very lightly at the glass. The distant creak of a board somewhere farther down the passage. It struck me with sudden bitterness that the whole machinery of private life should continue so decently, while the center of mine was being prepared for erasure. At last I said, "Do you know what humiliates me most?" He looked at me. "Not that they will declare it void." He waited. That I must continue to live as if the declaration were an event among many instead of the theft of my whole name." He leaned forward, forearms resting on his knees. His hands joined so tightly that I could see the strain in them. "It is not the theft of your whole name." "No," I said. "Only of the part of it I chose." That entered him like a wound. I had not known until I said it how true it was. Birth gives a woman one name. Marriage, if she is fortunate, gives her another not by erasing the first, but by joining it to chosen allegiance. What the law now meant to do was not simply deny a ceremony. It meant to force me backward into identity, as if choice itself had no authority, unless first fathered by permission. The child moved sharply then, enough that I put a hand over the place at once. His eyes followed the gesture. Neither of us spoke. It is strange how quickly all argument can be gathered and altered by one bodily motion. At last he said, almost under his breath, "I would take this from you if I could." I answered without thinking. He looked up. The law? This. I touched myself lightly. Oh, the risk of bearing consequence in my own body while others debate its legitimacy. No, you would not take that from me if the taking meant the child had never been. Do not lie from tenderness. He bowed his head. He said, no. I would not. That again was why I could bear him even there. He would not buy my temporary comfort with a falsehood both of us would despise the next morning. The house had grown very quiet by then. A servant came once to ask whether I wished anything brought. I said no. He withdrew. The interruption made me see with sudden sharpness how little of my grief could be displayed in its true scale. To the household, perhaps, I was tired, pale, delicate, in need of care. No one could see the actual dimensions of the thing unless I laid them out myself, and if I did, the world would only call me overwrought. That is another cruelty built into women's suffering. It must often be titrated into socially acceptable measures, or else be used against the sufferer. I said, after the servant had gone. When they have done it, what am I to call myself? The question seemed to startle him more than anything before had done. He stared at me. I went on because by then the humiliation itself demanded speech. In the house. In letters. To my own child when he is old enough to ask what was done to us. What am I to call myself when the law has finished? His face had gone white in the firelight. You are my wife. Yes, I said. But what am I to call myself in England? No answer came. There was none. At last he said, hoarsely, I do not know. That ignorance, sincerely felt, broke something in me more gently and more completely than legal phrases had yet done. Because it proved the extent of the damage. Not merely that the world might deny us. That even in our own rooms we had begun to run out of common language adequate to what was being done. I leaned back and closed my eyes for a moment. When I opened them, I said, then I will tell you what I shall call myself. He looked at me. I shall call myself what I have been from Rome onward. His expression changed, not into relief, but into something steadier. Yes. They may write what they please. Yes. They may train the servants, revise the cards, and rehearse me out of their convenient forms. Yes. But they shall not have the inward naming. He rose then and came to me fully, dropping to one knee beside the chair in a movement so immediate and unstudied that it pierced me more than any eloquence could have done. He said, no. Never that. I laid my hand against his face. It was not romance then. Not in the bright foolish sense girls are taught to expect from love. It was something much more difficult and therefore perhaps much more faithful. Two people under sentence from a world larger than either, preserving between them the one truth that still remained entirely theirs to keep. A long while later, when he had gone to answer some necessary message, and I was left alone with the dying fire, I thought of Rome again. Not the whole of it. Only the room in which we had first been married. Its plainness, its inadequacy by English standards. The strange, solemn stillness that had settled over me when the words were spoken there. At the time I had thought the danger lay chiefly ahead. I had not yet understood that the true danger would come later, not in the making of the vow, but in the state's attempt to teach me to speak of myself, as if the vow had not altered me permanently. That was the battle now. Not only for Augustus, not even only for the child, for continuity of self. If they voided the marriage tomorrow, I knew at last what the law could and could not do. It could alter the cards, the titles, the forms of English speech. It could trouble inheritance, legitimacy, and public standing. It could make my life difficult, humiliating, half-recognized. It could make servants hesitate and relations grow pious, and men talk in measured legal terms about the woman sitting 3 rooms away. But it could not return me to the girl I had been before Rome. I was past that country forever. And that, perhaps, was why the coming declaration terrified me so deeply. Because the world was preparing to treat as unreal the very thing by which I had become most fully myself. The wife-in-law might be taken. The wife in love, memory, body, and conscience would remain. And I understood, as the last of the fire settled and the room dimmed around me, that this was the split on which the rest of my life would now be forced to stand. Chapter 4. The Child They Cannot Legitimize. After that, pregnancy ceased to feel like a private condition and became a public weakness. I do not mean weakness in the bodily sense alone, though the body had already begun teaching me its own new limits with a firmness I could not charm or reason away. I mean that every change in me, every fatigue, every altered appetite, every hour in which I preferred to sit rather than stand, seemed now to invite interpretation from the world beyond my own skin. A married woman may be watched. A pregnant woman, if her marriage is under question, is studied like evidence. That was the season into which I woke each morning, not peace, not even simple dread. Something more exhausting than either. The strange, suspended life of a woman whose body continues honestly, while the law attempts dishonesty around it. I had begun by wanting 1 hour in which the child might belong only to Augustus and me. England did not permit it. The house had become gentler with me, yes, but never innocently so. Gentleness itself had taken on the character of attention. A shawl appeared before I asked for one. A tray was altered, because something that had suited me last week now did not. My maid watched my face too closely when I rose in the morning, as if she were already reading in it some future report that others might one day require from her. Even the servants who wished me only comfort seemed to have acquired a second, unwilling duty, to measure what sort of woman I was becoming, while the question of what sort of wife I was remained under shadow. Nothing is so wearisome as being cared for under observation. There were mornings when I woke determined to behave exactly as I had before, to take the stairs at the same pace, to endure breakfast without betraying my disgust for half the table, to walk if I wished, to sit upright if I pleased, to speak of ordinary things as though the child within me had not already altered every possible future. On such mornings I was often almost successful for an hour. Then some small failure would come, a sudden sickness at a smell that had not troubled me before, a heaviness in my limbs after so little exertion that my pride revolted against admitting it, a moment at the window when the mere sight of open air seemed preferable to every civilized interior in England, and at once the whole performance of composure would feel absurd. My body had become the most truthful creature in the house. Truth, unfortunately, is not always treated kindly by society unless it arrives under approved names. One afternoon, not long after the first harder language about nullity had entered our rooms, a lady relation called. She was one of those women who make an art of seeming tender, where they are chiefly cautious. Her voice had all the right inflections. Her hands were soft, her sympathies plentiful, her regard for my comfort very exact, provided my comfort did not require anyone to speak too plainly of injustice. She sat opposite me and inquired after my health in tones so full of solicitude that any stranger would have taken us for the most affectionate of relations. She said, "You must not over-fatigue yourself." "No," I answered. "England appears quite determined on that point." She smiled faintly, meaning perhaps to chide the sharpness from me without naming it as such. "These are delicate months." "Are they?" I asked. I had thought all months delicate now. She lowered her eyes to her gloves and adjusted one button unnecessarily. "My dear, agitation will not help. Though there are phrases women learn to hate long before men even notice they are cruel. Agitation will not help. You must take care. Think of your condition. Do not excite yourself. There is no use in dwelling." All these sentences have one thing in common. They ask a woman to bear reality without the full use of her feelings, because her feelings would make the room less comfortable for everyone else. I am not agitated, I said. Only accurately informed. She looked up again, and for a moment the full truth almost showed in her face. Not malice worse. Good breeding doing its best to coexist with fear, she said. We all hope, carefully, that the present difficulties may be arranged with as little public unhappiness as possible. There it was again. Not justice. Not truth. Not my marriage. Not public unhappiness. As if the chief tragedy in all this might be noise. I rested one hand lightly below my waist, more from instinct than display. The child had moved earlier that day, and left me afterward with that odd double sensation of wonder and vigilance that had become increasingly common in me. With as little public unhappiness as possible, I repeated. And private unhappiness is to be borne more quietly, I suppose, because it offends fewer people. She flushed, though slightly. That is not what I meant. No, I said. It is only what England means whenever it speaks kindly. The interview did not last much longer after that. She withdrew with her concern unspent, and her conscience, I think, only lightly troubled. I remained where I was for several minutes after she had gone, too tired even for proper anger. I had come to know, by then, that indignation exacts a higher physical price when one is carrying a child. The heart may still fly at once to outrage. The body does not always follow so quickly. It punishes afterward with exhaustion, with trembling, with a sudden heaviness that makes moral clarity feel almost as costly as illness. When Augustus found me, I was sitting very still with both hands in my lap, which was always a sign to him that I had passed beyond wit and into something more difficult. Who has been here? He knew before I answered it had been a woman. Men bring conflict into rooms differently. They leave harder edges. Women, especially respectable ones, leave behind a softening which is its own kind of bruise. Concern, I said. That sounds ominous. It was female concern, which is to say the sort that asks a woman not to bleed on the carpet if she can help it. He came nearer at once. What was said? I gave him the substance. Not every phrase, only the shape. Public unhappiness, delicate months. The importance of calm. That whole polished arrangement by which my suffering was always on the verge of becoming indecorous, unless properly folded smaller. He listened without interruption, then said, very quietly, "You should not receive such people." I almost smiled. And what should I receive instead? Justice. Permission. A kingdom suddenly embarrassed by its own indecency. I mean only that you should be spared. No one is spared by being left alone with what others refuse to call by name. He bent slightly, enough to catch my eyes properly. Then let me call it by name. There was such steadiness in that for a moment I could not answer. Call what by name? What is being done to you? I looked down. The child moved again, lightly this time, almost like a reminder rather than a blow. There are moments when life within one feels like comfort, and moments when it feels like a witness too, young to deserve the world already assembling outside it. This was the latter. It is not only to me, I said. No, to the child also, and to you. He was silent a moment. He said, to me as far as law can reach me. To you farther. That was true. Men are wounded by the same event and not always in the same flesh. The world might wound Augustus in name, standing, freedom, inheritance, paternal favor, all the hard masculine currencies by which power disciplines its sons. But it would wound me more diffusely and more intimately. In address. In place. In the interpretation of my body. In the social legitimacy of my very maternity. I said because the thing had lodged in me all day like a splinter. Do you know what I fear most? He waited. That by the time the child is born, the world will already have decided what tone to use when speaking of him. His face changed at once. I had not said him by accident. Perhaps because I needed a more precise object for fear than merely child. Perhaps because some old female superstition in me had begun to picture a son, and sons in families like his are never born into innocence if law is already pacing the room. He asked, what tone? The tone reserved for people who exist and are not to be fully admitted. I swallowed. The tone they have begun using for me. He sat down beside me then rather than opposite, which I needed more than I had yet known. Opposition, even loving opposition, had grown exhausting. What I wanted in those days was not conversation always, but alignment. He said, "They shall not speak so in this house." I did not answer immediately, because what could one do with such a vow? Love can make it sincerely, it cannot always make it effective. At last I said, "Houses learn faster than hearts." That evening the weather turned colder, and with it the old domestic rituals of late autumn or winter resumed their claim on the rooms. Fires brought up earlier, heavier curtains drawn more promptly, lamps giving a warmer circle to whatever company remained indoors. Under ordinary conditions I should have found comfort in that tightening of the world. But pregnancy had altered my sense of space. I wanted warmth and air both, privacy and witness, rest and movement, safety and escape. The body asks contradictory things and expects them all to be granted as if the world were made for female accommodation. It is not. I grew tired very early. This too I resented, not because tiredness itself was unbearable, because it came now entangled with meaning. If I yawned, I was not simply sleepy. I was observed. If I sat down sooner than before, the room's attention altered. If I excused myself from company, I could feel behind me at once the entire machinery of feminine interpretation beginning its pleasant hum. She must not exert herself. She grows delicate. She is changed. How far along? Has it been confirmed? What is to be expected? I longed, in such hours, for the obscurity of women whose fatigue belongs only to themselves and perhaps one other. Later, after I had withdrawn, Augustus came to my room carrying not a letter this time, but a small tray himself. He had done such things before, though rarely in any way that could be mistaken for theatrical tenderness. A cup, some plain broth, a glass of water. The kind of practical care that made me trust him more than grander demonstrations ever could have done. "You have eaten almost nothing." "I have been observed too much to be hungry." He set the tray down and looked at me with that mingled patience and gravity which by now I associated with the best part of marriage itself. "You must eat. You sound like the whole female half of England." "Then perhaps the female half is right for once." That almost drew a laugh from me, which was perhaps his intention. It failed by only a little. I took some of the broth, because he was there, and because by then I had learned that refusal harms, not only oneself but the peace of the person watching. As I drank, he sat near the fire and said nothing. Another mercy. There are nights when conversation is merely another demand. What I needed then was not persuasion, not advice, not even comfort in its brighter forms. Only a room in which I might still be wife without argument and mother without public function. After a while I said, "I sometimes think the child is teaching me humiliation before I have even seen his face." He did not start, though the sentence was harsher than I had planned. "In what sense?" "In this sense. That my body, which ought to make marriage undeniable, instead makes me more vulnerable to denial. I grow more visibly yours, and yet the law means to call me less wife." He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and looked into the fire. "That is not the child's doing. No, but it is the child's condition." He was silent. There are questions which begin in rhetoric and end in terror once one hears one's own mouth frame them. I asked one then. "If they call the marriage void, what are they to call the child?" He turned at once. "Augusta, no, me. Tell we do not know yet. That is only another way of saying they mean to decide." His silence admitted it. I set the cup down, because my hand had begun to shake again, and I was ashamed of spilling in front of him. Shame, I have found, does not grow nobler when one marries. It simply chooses more intimate occasions on which to arrive. The room had grown very still. Even the house seemed subdued, as if all its ordinary creaks and little movements had withdrawn for the night and left us in that particularly deep indoor silence which belongs only to large houses after midnight approaches. He came from the chair to kneel beside mine. He said, "Listen to me. Whatever they do, yes. He is innocent, Dov. Yes. He will be loved." At that my throat tightened so quickly I had to turn my face away. Loved, what a small brave word to set against law, title, inheritance. standing, legitimacy, the whole English appetite for classification. And yet it mattered. More than I had realized until he said it. Because beneath all the larger terrors there remained this one simple human truth. Whatever name or place the world later assigned, the child had already entered love before judgment. I know, I said. He took my hand. I do not promise what I cannot control.
No.
But I promise that. There was no grandeur in the promise. That was why I believed it with my whole heart. For some time after that we spoke of nothing at all. The fire sank. I finished the broth. He remained beside me longer than was practical and not long enough for my fear. When at last he rose to go, he touched my shoulder with that same careful steadiness he brought to every act of care, never turning tenderness into possession. When I was alone, I lay down but did not sleep. The room was dim. The curtains left a narrow line where some poorer darkness showed beyond the better one within. I listened to my own breathing and to the unfamiliar, inwardly altered life of my body. There is a loneliness in early pregnancy very few women speak of honestly. Everyone imagines expectation, softness, maternal reverie. What I felt that night was something harder. A sense of having become, all at once, more inhabited and more exposed. My body no longer belonged solely to me, yet it had not become public in the way the world wished. It was suspended, like everything else, between inward truth and outward dispute. Toward morning I slept and dreamed of a christening, where no one would tell me what name I was permitted to give the child. I woke before dawn with my heart racing and the whole dream still clinging to me like cold cloth. It was absurd, I knew that. No child had yet been born. No final judgment had yet been pronounced. But dreams have a way of revealing what fear has already organized behind one's waking thoughts. When I came downstairs later, the house was in one of its gentler moods. Quiet, warm, not yet disturbed by visitors or messages. For one brief hour, perhaps less, it almost felt possible that life might continue here in some diminished but livable form. I sat at breakfast. Augustus came in. We spoke of indifferent things. The child did not move. No letter arrived. Then a servant entered with a card on a tray. It was from one of the legal gentlemen who had lately begun appearing too often in the margins of my life. Augustus took it. Read. Set it down. He did not need to say anything. I knew at once, by the exact new tension in his face, that the next stage had begun. This was the lesson of Chapter 4, Part 1, though I did not yet think of it in such terms. Pregnancy had not bought a sanctuary. It had made the law's approach more intolerable. The child, who should have confirmed me publicly as wife, was instead becoming one more reason the world meant to measure and contain us. And I understood, with a dread now too settled to be called mere panic, that from this point forward every bodily tenderness would be shadowed by legal danger. The marriage was no longer the only thing they meant to name. Now, they would begin preparing to name the child as well. By afternoon the legal gentleman had been shown in, shown out, and had left behind him nothing visible except a folded paper and the altered quality of the air. It is remarkable how much violence may be done to a woman's life by men who never raise their voices. I did not see him. That was Judge Kinder. Such kindness, I had begun to learn, is only another method by which the world preserves its comfort while depriving women of first-hand knowledge. Augustus received him below. I remained upstairs with a book open before me, the same book one had not advanced by a single page in nearly a week. Every sound in the house grew louder for being interpreted. A step outside the room, a door closed too gently, the murmur of male voices from farther off, the silence afterward. And when Augustus came at last, I knew before he spoke that the day had shifted against us. He did not bring the paper immediately. That frightened me more than if he had. "What is it?" I asked. He stood near the hearth, one hand on the mantel, the other still gloved as if he had forgotten it there. "They are moving forward." "With what?" "With the case." There it was again. Not our marriage. Not my condition. Not the child. The case. Everything in England becomes cleaner once it has been translated into language that can be entered into minutes. I set the book aside. "And what is to be argued?" His face altered very slightly. That without the king's consent, the marriage cannot stand. I had heard the substance before. Yet each repetition seemed to strip it of one more veil, until at last the naked shape of the thing stood plain enough to wound the body directly. Cannot stand, I repeated. And who, precisely, is to tell me when it fell? He came nearer then, and I could see how tired he had grown of carrying one measure of truth to me after another. Thee mean to have it declared so? That is all I can say with certainty. That is not all. It is merely all you wish to say first. For one instant I thought he might defend himself. He did not. He said, no, quietly. There is more. I waited. Thee mean to treat the second ceremony as unable to cure the first defect? I stared at him. Defect. What a little word for so large an obscenity. So Hanover Square becomes what? I asked. A gesture. A pious inconvenience. A second humiliation performed for nothing. He did not answer. Again that was answer enough. I rose because sitting under such language had become unbearable. The room seemed too small suddenly for the whole question of my existence. Wife in Rome. Wife again in England. Wife to him in every moral sense that mattered. Yet somewhere else in another room, on another page, men were arranging to call all of it defective, because a father's leave had not been sought from a son old enough to love, and a woman old enough to be ruined by it. My child shifted sharply within me, and I stopped walking at once, one hand going instinctively to myself. Augustus was beside me before I had asked. What is it? Nothing. Only the child objecting, perhaps, to male vocabulary. That almost made him smile, but the smile did not survive. Too much had gathered in the room for even irony to lighten it more than a breath. He guided me back to the chair, and this time I did not resist. When I was seated again, I said, tell me the rest plainly. He drew the other chair near and sat opposite me. The fire between us had sunk, but neither of us rang for more coal. We had gone beyond the stage where a servant's entrance could be borne easily in the middle of truth. He said, they mean to proceed in the ecclesiastical court. The matter will be framed upon the act. The question is consent. If that is decisive against us, then everything else is reduced. Everything else. He looked at me. I went on. Church vow. Conscience. Rome. Hanover Square. The child. Everything else. Was. There are moments when one sees the whole architecture of female vulnerability at once. Not in poetry. In structure. A woman may stand before God, before a clergyman, before witnesses, before the man she loves, and still discover that all these authorities are secondary to a paper not granted by a higher man who has never seen her kneel or rise. I said, then I am to learn that reality is not what one lives, but what men later permit to be recorded. No. The speed of his answer startled me. No. He said, no, more slowly. Reality is what one lives. They only claim the power to arrange what may safely count in the world. That was so exact that for a moment it quieted me. Only for a moment. Then the world is filth, I said. He lowered his head slightly. Much of it, yes. Rain had begun again by then. I could hear it at the windows, soft but persistent. English rain. The sort that does not dramatize itself, only goes on and on until everything indoors begins to feel like endurance. I looked past him toward the darkening pane. When this child is born, I said, what am I to call him? The question had been standing near us for days. Now, it entered fully. His face changed in a way I shall remember always. Men know fear in many forms. The fear I saw in him then was not for himself. It was the fear of a father who understands that by the time a child arrives, the world may already have prepared the wrong place for him. He said, we do not know yet. Again that phrase, that abominable courtesy of uncertainty. Then say what you do know. He hesitated, and I hated the hesitation not because it was cowardly, but because it meant there truly was something to spare me from. He said, present. At last. They will question legitimacy if the marriage falls. The room became very still. Even the rain seemed to recede. I placed both hands over myself. Not from theatricality, because the whole sentence had crossed at last from marriage to child, from my dignity to his future. And my body understood that more quickly than thought. Question, yes. Question, I repeated. As if he were a rumor. He did not say yes this time. He could not. I think what stunned me most was not the cruelty itself. Cruelty I had anticipated in some form from the beginning. It was the administrative quality of it. A child not yet born, already waiting in language for some official discomfort to decide how fully he might be admitted into the world. Not loved, Augustus had promised that, and I believed him. Not wanted, even. Wanted is dangerous enough, no admitted, as if England were a club and the child under my heart an applicant, requiring references. I leaned back because I could not bear my own weight upright for another second. Augustus moved as if to speak again. I stopped him with a look. No. Let me think. He obeyed. Another mercy. I sat so for some minutes, one hand still resting low, the other gripping the chair arm hard enough to leave marks in the skin. A woman's life may divide itself in many ways. Mine had already divided at Rome, then again at Hanover Square, then again under the law. Now, it was dividing once more into before and after the child's naming. Before, when fear still concerned principally me. After, read every fear passed first through him. I said at last, without looking at Augustus, "Thee mean to make me carry scandal as though it were only a more difficult form of pregnancy?" "No, Wes." My voice had gone strangely calm. "That is exactly what they mean. A woman can be asked to preserve her health while the world debates whether her child is to be comfortably received. The contradiction does not trouble them, because they do not live in the flesh required to hold it." He answered after a moment. "It troubles me." I looked up then. "Yes," I said. "That is the one thing keeping me from madness." Night came early that day. Or perhaps grief shortens light. Lamps were brought. The tray for tea stood untouched. The smaller room, which had once been my refuge, had begun by then to feel like the one place left in England where truth might still sit down without being corrected by committee. Augustus remained with me until it was too late for decency to pretend he had other business more pressing than mine. We spoke in fragments. That is how married people sometimes survive bad news, not by one large conversation, but by many smaller returns to the same wound until each part of it has been looked at and named. At one point he said, "There may still be delay." I almost smiled. Delay is the soft glove ruin wears before dinner. He let out the briefest breath. "You are merciless tonight." "No, only educated." Later, when he had gone below for a short time, and I was left alone with the fire and the rain and the child, I did something I had not yet allowed myself to do fully. I imagined the birth. And not sentimentally. Not in white ribbons and grateful tears. I imagined the room, the women, the sheets, the physician's face. The whole bodily truth of it. And over that truth, I imagined another layer no mother should have to carry into childbirth. The knowledge that before I had even laid eyes on my child, the world beyond the room might already have decided that he was less secure than another woman's son would be, simply because the right man had not been asked in the right order to bless his parents' vows. That thought changed the whole shape of my fear. Until then childbirth had belonged to nature, pain, chance, the common female inheritance of dread and endurance. Now, law entered it too. Law, with its neat gloves and male certainty and unclean hands. Law at the edge of the bed. Law in the cradle. Law in the naming. When Augustus returned, he found me crying and stopped at once as though some invisible shot had crossed the room. He came quickly then, kneeling before me, and took both my hands. "What is it?" As if he did not know. But one asks such questions, because grief sometimes needs the dignity of choosing its own sentence. I was thinking of the birth. His whole face changed. And that I am to bear a child under examination. He bowed his head once, sharply, like a man absorbing a blow he had expected and still could not prepare for. He said, "No, at last. Not under examination, under love." I looked at him through tears I despised. "He Wes," I said. "He with you, but not in England." He did not contradict that. Again, that was his strength. He would not buy us a gentler evening with a lie that morning would expose. Instead he said, "Then we must make what we can stronger than England." At another time I might have called that too little. That night it was everything. Because what else remained? Church had failed us in law. Law meant to fail us in humanity, Society had already begun its rehearsals. Only the inner naming remained. The marriage as we knew it, the child as we loved him, the truth as it had been lived, and not merely recorded. I bent forward then, and rested my forehead for a moment against his hand where it held mine. I do not know how to be brave in this. You are already. No, I said. I am only still here. He answered softly, that is often the same thing. The child moved again, stronger this time. And both of us fell silent. It was the strangest silence of my life. Not empty, not calm, not even wholly sorrowful. The silence of two people realizing that everything around them, king, court, statute, room, letter, judgment, could still not prevent the fact that within my body the next stage of the story was proceeding without permission. For one fleeting instant that gave me strength. Not triumph. Nothing so clean, only the dark, private knowledge that the law may be vast and cruel and male, but it must always arrive after the body has already begun its own irreversible work. And because the body had begun, the emotional logic of the chapter changed there. The abstract cruelty was no longer abstract at all. It had become domestic, flesh-bound, maternal. Not will they nullify the marriage, but what will they dare call the child? That was the ending truth of part 2. When at last I lay down that night, the rain had ceased. The house was quiet. Augustus had kissed my hand before leaving, and looked at me with that expression I had come to know too well, love made helpless by structures larger than itself. I did not sleep quickly. I lay with both hands over the child and understood at last that the cost of erasure was no longer mine alone. The law had entered my marriage. Soon it would enter the nursery. In the final weeks before the birth, I ceased to belong entirely to myself. That is not a complaint peculiar to women under law. It is the common fate of pregnant bodies in every class, every house, every century. One's appetite becomes a subject. One's sleep, one's pulse, one's color, one's stare, clench-all, one's chair, one's hours, one's silences, all of it begins attracting opinion. But in my case there was another indignity laid over the ordinary one. I was not only watched as a woman about to become a mother. I was watched as a disputed wife about to produce evidence. That knowledge changed the whole atmosphere of the house. No one said it crudely, of course not. England always prefers to commit its obscenities through arrangement. But I felt it in the altered courtesy of everyone around me. The physician's increased gravity. The particular caution with which notes were brought. The odd, painful mixture of real tenderness and restrained curiosity in the faces of women who had borne children themselves and knew, perhaps, too well, what female bodies suffer, but did not know, or did not wish to say. How much sharper suffering becomes when the law has already entered the nursery in thought before the child has entered it in flesh. I was tired often by then. Tired not only in body, though the body made its own demands with daily less patience for my pride. Tired in spirit. It is wearying to sit in a room and feel every kindness edged with speculation. To know that some people wish one well and still cannot stop thinking in the very language that harms one most. How is she? Is she strong? Has the physician seen her? Is all safe? What will be done? What name will be used? What may be said? What may not? A woman learns quickly that other people's concern can be almost as suffocating as their judgment. I tried, while I could, to keep one part of the pregnancy free from that outer noise. Not the whole. I was no longer foolish enough to attempt that. Only one part. A private region of feeling in which the child might still belong chiefly to Augustus and me, before the world began weighing him like coin. I spoke to him sometimes when I was alone, though softly and not in words I should have repeated to another. I rested both hands over myself and imagined not courts, not titles, not documents, but a face, a mouth, a cry, a small weight laid in my arms and known at once without explanation. Those moments were the truest prayer I had. Augustus, I think, guarded them as best he could. He never turned the child into rhetoric, never spoke of futures too grandly, nor of danger as if rehearsing it might prepare us fully for what was coming. He had learned by then that what I needed from him was neither false cheer nor endless grave silence, but something more difficult. and normal tenderness under abnormal circumstances. He brought me books I scarcely read, walked with me when walking seemed possible, sat with me when walking did not, asked once and not 5 times whether I was tired, treated my moods not as feminine weather to be survived, but as messages from a body and mind under more strain than either of us had chosen. That sort of care does not sound romantic when set down. Perhaps that is why it proved more sustaining than romance would have done. Still, even he could not save me from the final approach of birth. Toward the end I began waking in the dark with the sense that something in me had shifted nearer the edge of event. Not pain, not yet. Only nearness. My body, which for months had been a place of guarded expectation, was becoming a place of imminent demand. Every evening I thought perhaps tonight. Every morning I woke surprised to still be waiting. There is a peculiar terror in waiting for childbirth, when one has already learned that the world means to inspect the result according to standards it did not apply to the making of the child itself. I tried not to think in that way. I failed. What name will they put above him? What title will be withheld? Who will be informed first? What tone will be used? Will joy have to pass through caution before it is allowed into the room? Questions like these are poison to a woman on the edge of labor. I knew it. That did not prevent them. One evening, after a day of particular heaviness, and no small amount of inward restlessness, I stood at the window watching the light drain out of the garden. Augustus came in quietly enough that I only noticed him when his reflection appeared beside mine in the glass. He said, "You should sit. I have sat all day." "That is not the same as resting." "No," I said. "Nothing is the same as resting anymore." He smiled faintly at that, though the smile did not last. "Does it pain you?" "Only in the broad sense that all existing now pains me." He came nearer. "That is not useful physician's language." "No, it is wife's language." At that his face softened. There was a pause. Then I said, because the hour seemed made for plainness, "I do not think I am afraid of the pain itself." "What then?" "That they will be waiting at the edge of it." He knew without asking who they were. "The law," I said. "The whole country of forms. The world beyond the bed. I think I could endure anything better if the child were allowed to arrive before being discussed." He looked at me for a long moment. "Then we shall keep what part we can." Again that phrase. Not all. Not safety. Only what part we can. I turned from the window and let him lead me back to the chair where I sat with more gratitude than grace. The child moved heavily then, as if reminding both of us that he too had a timetable no court could wholly command. That night labor began. Not dramatically. I had once imagined childbirth would arrive with some grandeur, if only of fear. Instead it entered the room in the same way so much of female life does, quietly enough to permit denial for a little while, and then too powerfully for denial to remain decent. I woke before dawn with a pain low and inward, not unbearable, only unlike the ordinary discomforts that had become familiar to me. I lay still until it passed. Then another came. The room was dark except for the dying fire and the smallest strip of gray at the curtain's edge. I said his name before I had quite decided to. He woke at once. "What is it?" I drew breath carefully. "I think it has begun." No one who has not heard that sentence in such an hour understands how many futures can enter a room with it. Augustus was out of bed immediately. A bell was rung. A maid appeared, pale and rapid. Another was sent for. The physician. Hot water, linen, canned house, which had slept respectably only moments before, became at once a living machine of female movement and male authority. I hated it. I needed it. That is the truth of childbirth in great houses. It makes hypocrites of all one's inward preferences. Privacy becomes impossible. Privacy becomes all one wants. Hands are required. Hands are unbearable. One longs for women and resents them for seeing too much. One wants the husband near and cannot always have him. The body, meanwhile, has ceased caring entirely what one would have preferred by daylight in conversation. At first I still thought in sequence. This pain. Then a little worse. Then perhaps some long difficult business. And after it, child. Women are trained to imagine childbirth as ordeal followed by gift. They are not so often told how much of it is waiting, confusion, repetition, bodily humiliation, and the slow erosion of one's distance from animal necessity. The hours passed badly and then worse. There were women in the room whose names scarcely mattered to me then. The physician, grave and polished and increasingly useless in the face of what he could not bear for me, cloths, water, instructions, encouragement, breathing, rest when there was no rest, motion when the body refused it, stillness when stillness felt impossible. All the old female labor of bringing life into the world while being told what to do with one's own suffering. Augustus remained as near as he was allowed. That mattered more than any medical advice. I do not say his presence eased the pain. Pain belongs to no one but the body under it. But it altered the room. Every time I saw him at the edge of my sight, every time his hand found mine, every time his voice reached me, through all the female business and male instruction, I was reminded that this was not only an event in a disputed household. It was our child. I clung to that truth, because so much else in the room seemed determined to turn the day into procedure. At one point, when the labor had already worn me past all ordinary sense of time, I opened my eyes and found one of the women smoothing my hair back while another spoke to the physician in tones she thought too low for me to hear. Must be careful. Her strength. Strength. A woman's whole moral worth seems to condense into that word when she labors. Be strong, she is strong. Has she strength? As if pain were a test designed for the admiration of others, rather than a necessary brutality through which children are extracted from love. I said, through my teeth, do not speak of me as if I have left the room. The woman started. The physician turned at once. No one is doing so, madam. Yes, I said. You are. After that they were more careful. Not because I had won anything. Because polite people always become more careful when reminded that the object of discussion still possesses ears. The day lengthened. Or perhaps only the pain did. There came a point beyond which fear, pride, shame, and even anger lose their ordinary shape and become one creature. I had no more room left for thoughts of the court, no more room left for titles, judges, letters, or cards. The body demanded everything. I gave what I had. More probably, women always do. Then at last the rhythm of the room changed. Anyone who has endured labor knows that shift. It is not hope yet. Not relief. More like the sense that the whole world has gathered itself toward an edge. The physician's voice altered. The women moved differently. Augustus came nearer, and did not again leave my side. I think I cried out then. I do not know. Some final storm of effort took me, and everything in the room narrowed to force, pain, breath, command, firelight, hands, his hand. The tearing pressure of life choosing its own road out of me whether I wished to be dignified or not, and then, a cry. I heard it before I fully believed it. Not imagined. Not wished. A child's cry. Sharp and living and offended at the world. The most beautiful sound I had ever heard, because it was not yet dressed in law. For 1 second, one whole, holy second, nothing else existed. No act. No king. No court. No question of nullity. Only the cry. I fell back exhausted, and tears came without my permission. Not graceful tears. Not the soft kind women are permitted in drawing rooms. Tears torn out of the body by the sudden reversal from pain to life. Leave, I whispered. Someone answered yes. Another woman laughed and cried in the same breath. The physician's face, when I turned enough to see it, had softened into the first genuinely human expression I had witnessed there all day. Augustus made a sound then, not a word, not quite, and bent over me so quickly that I think only the extremity of the hour spared him the censures such loss of composure might otherwise have drawn. Augusta. I looked at him and saw something in his face I shall remember until I die, astonishment made tender by love. No prince then. No son under act or scrutiny. Only a father who had heard his child live. They brought him to me. Our son. I had feared, during those long months, that joy would not survive the first intrusion of English reality. I was wrong. Joy can survive almost anything for a little while, if the child is warm and breathing and laid close enough that the whole body recognizes him, before the mind has time to start defending itself. He was small and fierce, looking and utterly helpless. His mouth, when he quieted, had something of Augustus already, though perhaps every mother invents resemblances in the first hour, as a way of persuading the world not to separate what the body has joined. I touched his face with one finger, unable for a moment to do more. "My son," I said. No one corrected me. No one could have done so then and remained human. For that first interval he belonged only to us. Not to Rickard. Not to argument. Only to us. He was carried away a little while to be tended, and I thought the separation might kill me after having just borne him. But they returned him soon enough, and the day softened after that into exhaustion, so profound that grief itself seemed impossible. There was only the child, Augustus's hand. The sense of having crossed into another, the kingdom of female life, from which no woman returns identical to the one who entered. By evening I had slept in fragments, and woken each time not remembering at first, then remembering all at once and reaching for him. He lay near. Safe. Allah, that ought to have been enough. In some moral universe, it would have been. In England, it lasted less than a day. The first intrusion came in the shape of language again. A woman attending me asked, with all proper tenderness, whether notice was to be prepared. Notice. Such an innocent word for an announcement that might already require a lawyer's conscience more than a family's joy. I looked at her blankly from the bed. Notice of the birth, my lady. My lady. Another careful ambiguity. Augustus, who had been standing by the window, turned at once. I saw the exact moment the same thought reached him that had reached me. Under what name? The woman did not mean to wound. That was why the wound went so deep. She was only doing what every house does after the birth of a well-born child, asking how the world is to be told. But in our case the question was not merely practical. It was the entire catastrophe reduced to one sheet of paper. I said nothing. The room had gone very quiet. At length Augustus said, "Leave it with me." The woman curtsied and withdrew. When she had gone, I looked at him. He looked at me. Between us, just beyond the edge of the bed, lay our son breathing, sleeping, wholly unaware that before the day ended the first public struggle over his existence would not concern his health but his naming. "What are they to call him?" I asked. My voice sounded strange even to me, not broken, not angry, something colder. The voice of a woman who has just delivered life and finds the law waiting at the cradle. Augustus came nearer. "He is our son?" "Yes," I said. "But what are they to call him in England?" He did not answer at once. I think that silence told me almost everything. The joy of birth did not vanish. That is not how it works. Joy does not always die under fear. Sometimes it remains, and fear enters beside it, like an uninvited relative too powerful to eject. I looked at the child and felt both with unbearable clarity. Love so physical it seemed part of my own pulse. Dread so precise it had already begun choosing vocabulary. "He cannot come into the world nameless," I said. "He cannot come into it apologetically. No. Then someone must decide what truth is allowed to be spoken first." That was the thing, not love, not fact, spoken truth. The world had failed me already as wife. Now, it approached my son and asked under what permitted form he might be introduced. I held out my arms then, and Augustus lifted the child back into them with such care that for one instant the whole legal universe disappeared again. Only the weight of him remained. The warmth. The tiny seriousness of his sleeping face. The impossible ordinary miracle of a living child resting against the mother who has labored him into breath. I bent my head over him. Whatever they called him, whatever they withheld, whatever they later dared question, he had entered the world first through pain and love, not through law. That truth steadied me, only partly, because I knew, even as I held him there in the fading light, that part 3 had ended and part 4 was already waiting. The law had not stopped at the marriage. Now, it had reached the child. And by morning, someone would demand that our son be entered into England under a name the law was willing to tolerate. By morning the child had altered the whole moral atmosphere of the house and none of the legal one. That, perhaps, was the beginning of my final education. In the room itself there was only life. A nurse's careful step. A physician who had at last ceased talking like an instrument of procedure and begun speaking like a man relieved that mother and child had survived the night. The little sounds of linen, breath, fire, and feeding. The whole humble kingdom into which women descend after labor, where all grandeur is stripped away and existence is reduced to warmth, milk, exhaustion, and the astonishing fact that a body once hidden inside one's own now lies apart from it, and yet remains impossible to regard as separate. In that room, my son was simply my son. Outside it, England had already resumed its appetite for definition. The first written notice was delayed until afternoon. Delayed, I think, because even the household could not wholly stomach beginning at once the work of turning a child into phrasing. Yet by afternoon the question had to be faced. Augustus came in carrying a draft, and the look on his face told me before I reached for it that the words had been made to pass through too many hands and to man too little humanity. I read slowly. I had not yet fully recovered my strength, and grief, love, and labor had all left my body with very little patience for rapid comprehension. The child was to be named. Of course he was. No infant can remain outside language for long, however much his mother may wish it. But not by the names I had once imagined for him in the first ignorant softness of pregnancy. Not as some secure little prince arriving under clear skies and lawful blessing. He was to be entered instead under the name that history eventually kept for him, Augustus Frederick d'Este. Royal Archive records identify him that way and record his birth in London on 13 January 1794 NGP. Royal Collection, Orgi, UK 1. I looked at the paper and felt, with terrible calm, the full extent of what had been done to us. He had a name, he had breath. He had his father's eyes already at certain angles of sleep, and his father's mouth, when he grew briefly displeased with the world into which he had just arrived. But, before he had lived one day, the law had already taught England how not to call him fully what he was. Augustus stood beside the bed waiting while I read, not hurrying me, not explaining in advance. Again and again, he had proved himself strongest where lesser men would have rushed to soften what ought first to be borne honestly. At last I said, "So this is how they will begin." His face tightened. It is the name under which he may move most safely. Safely. That was the old lie-made kind. So many female humiliations are offered back to us under the label of safety that at times I think safety must be the preferred hymen of every unjust society. "And what," I asked, laying the paper down upon the coverlet, "is the danger if he is called what he is?" He did not answer at once, because we both knew. Not danger of falsehood. Danger of truth spoken before permission. The nurse, seeing perhaps more of the room than she was meant to see, quietly took herself and the child to the farther side, under some pretext of settling linen. I was grateful to her for that small instinctive mercy. Every woman who has spent time near childbirth learns, sooner or later, how often men's laws arrive in female spaces before women have had enough time to bless their own endurance. Augustus said, "I do not ask you to pretend the injury does not exist." At last. "No," I answered. "Only to live with it civilly. That is not what I ask." "What then?" He came nearer the bed. There was no grandeur left in either of us by then. Labor had stripped me. Law had stripped him in another fashion. We were husband and wife not in splendor, but in exhaustion. He said, "I ask that he should live before they teach him to suffer." There is no defense against such answers when one has already seen the whole ruin and still loves the speaker. Because he was right. And because he was right, the wound deepened rather than eased. I had not wanted a son to begin his life as compromise. Yet what mother, holding a living child, chooses defiance first, if defiance may invite greater injury upon him? I turned my head and looked toward the farther side of the room where he lay, wrapped and sleeping with all the complete indifference of the newly born toward the categories of nations. "Augustus Frederick d'Este," I said. The name tasted at once true and insufficient. True because he was indeed Augustus's son, and my own, and no paper could separate blood from itself. Insufficient, because England heard in the name exactly what I heard too, the shape of an answer prepared by a world trying to solve us without admitting the violence of its solution. The days after that passed with the peculiar doubleness only women after difficult confinements truly understand. One lives in intervals, a little sleep, feeding, heat, weariness so complete it becomes nearly abstract. Then suddenly some note, some visitor deferred, some report from below, and all the outer structure of history thrusts itself again into the room, as if milk, blood, pain, and tenderness had not already established more urgent laws of their own. Augustus spent as much time above as he could, more perhaps than prudence advised. But Prudence and he had ceased speaking amicably by then. Each time he left I felt the room contract around his absence, and each time he returned I searched his face before he had spoken, measuring the degree to which the world had worsened while I sat nursing our child and trying, in those few hours available to a mother, to keep from going mad with the contrast between his perfect ordinariness and the extraordinary effort being made elsewhere to dissound the terms under which he had been conceived. The legal proceedings advanced. Not all at once in my hearing, not with the loud cruelty of a melodrama. Instead through the proper channels by which civilized men reach indecent conclusions. Consultation, opinion, reference to the Court of Arches, the steady movement toward formal nullification under the Royal Marriages Act. Royal Archive records describe the two marriages as being in contravention of the Act and record that the union was declared legally null and void in 1794, with one archive entry specifying the Court of Arches, Zapip, Royal Collection, or Guquan. By then I had grown too tired even for some forms of rage. This surprised me. I had once believed that where love and dignity were concerned, I should always meet injustice with full force. Childbirth and motherhood corrected me. There are seasons in a woman's life when force itself becomes a luxury. One still sees clearly. One still judges. One still feels the injury in every nerve. But the body, having just given life, demands that grief learn to move more slowly or else consume the very strength on which the child now depends. So my anger altered. It did not soften. It became maternal. That is far more dangerous. I no longer thought first, what will they call me? I thought, what inheritance of shame do they intend to lay upon him before he can walk? What story will be told at his expense to preserve the comfort of fathers and kings? How is a mother to nurse calmly while men decide whether her son may stand in daylight without apology? One evening, when Augustus came in later than usual, and I knew at once from his face that the decisive word had at last been spoken, somewhere below the level of my own hearing, I did not ask the usual, "What is it?" I only held out my hand. He came to the bedside and took it. For a moment he could not speak. Then he said, "Thee have done it." There was no need to ask what. The room, the bed, the child sleeping in the cradle near the fire, all of it seemed to steady itself around that sentence as if it had long expected the blow and had only been waiting for the courtesy of confirmation. "Void," I said. His silence gave me the answer. Royal Archive records state that both marriages were treated as legally null and void under the Royal Marriages Act, and one archive description places that declaration at the Court of Arches in 1794. Ed P. Royal Collection, or Guquan. There should perhaps have been tears then. There were not. What I felt was stranger and in some ways harder. A kind of cold release. The thing long approaching had at last arrived. The world had spoken in its full indecency. I no longer needed to imagine forms of cruelty more elegant than reality. Reality had outdone them all. And now? I asked quietly, "What am I?" His grip tightened over my hand. I turned my face and looked at him. "No. Do not answer too quickly. I know what I am to you. I ask what England believes it has made of me." He looked as though the question itself had wounded him bodily. "Good. Let one thing at least enter a man's flesh as these matters always enter a woman's," he said. "At law," slowly, "they say the marriage is no marriage." "At law." I repeated. "And in life." He bent toward me then with a suddenness that startled us both. "In life you are my wife." There it was. The whole split made plain at last. At law no marriage. In life wife. Many women, I think, live some version of that division and go to their graves without ever hearing it stated so clearly. It is the oldest cruelty in the world, perhaps. The world taking what a woman has most truthfully lived and assigning it a lesser public value because the right men were not consulted soon enough. I turned my head and looked toward the cradle. My son slept under the ordinary light of the room, one hand turned half open beside his face in the careless elegance of infants. There was no shame in him. No legal doubt. No sense of any diminution. Only a child. Alive and deeply asleep, having survived birth and entered hunger, warmth, and rest as if those things ought naturally to be enough. What a brave little fool every newborn is. He arrives trusting the world. We must not let him learn the lie first, I said. Augustus was silent a moment. No. He must know, when he is old enough, that he was born of marriage. Wes. Not of arrangement. Not of some tolerated attachment. Not of a mistake smoothed over by polite people. Of marriage. Wes. The repeated words steadied me as no broader comfort could have done. Marriage. Let England void it. Let the Court of Arches write its chilly sentence. Let fathers and kings and gentlemen of upright coat and cautious conscience all congratulate themselves on preserving order. The child had still come from marriage. I knew it. Augustus knew it. No later paper could crawl backward through time and undo the vows in Rome or the second ceremony at Hanover Square. Whatever power it possessed to deny their standing, the son born to us in January 1794 remained in blood and in moral fact their issues. APA, Royal Collection, Org. U. Kiwang. I asked Augustus then for paper. He looked surprised. Now, Wes, you should rest. I have rested enough to let England finish naming us. I should like to write before it takes more. He brought the writing things himself, and set them near enough that I could manage them from the bed without surrendering all dignity to convenience. My hand was unsteady. Childbirth had left its mark in more ways than one. But I wrote. Not a legal declaration. Not some appeal to authority. I had lost all appetite for begging men to confirm what they should have been ashamed to deny. I wrote only the simplest record I could bear. That on such a day I had borne a living son. That his father was Augustus. That I, Augusta, had brought him into the world as wife in conscience and before God, whatever law might say afterward. That he was loved before he was named. I folded the sheet before the ink had fully dried and gave it to Augustus. He asked, "What is it?" "Memory," I said. "In case they grow too industrious later." He looked at me for a long moment, after that, and I saw in his face the whole strange mixture our marriage had by then become. Love. Helplessness. Pride. Sorrow. The knowledge that he had chosen truly and protected incompletely, because no man, however loyal, can wholly shield a woman from the state when the state has decided to enforce itself through her life. He kissed my hand. Not like a prince. Like my husband. In the weeks that followed, the outer world arranged itself exactly as I had feared. Forms altered, titles hardened. The marriage was treated in public life as void. The child's position was managed accordingly. Yet the private life of the house did not become unreal merely because the law preferred its own fiction. Augustus remained his father. I remained his mother. He fed, cried, slept, woke, and grew under ordinary domestic habits too stubborn and bodily to care what theory had been advanced against them. That, perhaps, is the final insult to unjust systems. Life goes on inside the people they have misnamed. I did not become serene. Let no one later call me saintly. I was often unhappy, often humiliated. There were days when the weight of what had been denied to me felt nearly unbearable, and others when motherhood itself seemed sharpened by injury into something rawer and fiercer than the sentimental world likes to imagine. But through all that, one truth did not waver. I had not dreamed my marriage. I had not invented my husband. I had not conceived my son inside a legal misunderstanding. The world had chosen denial. That did not make my life unreal. It only made the world smaller than it believed itself. One afternoon, some weeks later, I held my son at the window, where the pale English light made everything look gentler than it deserved to be. He was wakeful then, his eyes moving over the room with that solemn new curiosity infants where before memory has taught them what to distrust. Outside, the season had shifted by a degree. A servant crossed the path below. Somewhere farther off a carriage moved and was gone. I rested my cheek against his head. There was milk on his breath, warmth in the crook of his body. Life, unarguable and ordinary. My poor little lawful heart, I whispered. And England would have you otherwise. He did not stir. Or perhaps he did, lightly enough only to remind me that his existence was not metaphor, not precedent, not case law, not royal inconvenience. A child. My child. That was how I chose, finally, to stand. Not in triumph. History grants too little of that to women such as I was. Not in collapse either. They would have liked that better. Collapse makes the wrong people feel vindicated. No. I stood in division and refused to call it emptiness. Let the law keep its void. I would keep the marriage. Let England keep its tidy categories. I would keep the living boy in my arms, and the truth by which he had come to me. That is not victory, I know it. But it is not surrender either. And for a woman made into contradiction by the will of kings, that must sometimes be enough.